Currently, it's around 70 to, no, now has crossed already one CR. So that 1 crore has been crossed. And on the targets is also on track. This is also drafted back towards the citations, the H index, which right now, Sairam, what is the H index? 19. Can you go back to the Vision 2025 document? Go back, 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 back. Come on, faster finger. So, as I said, it's going on track for that matter. Go back to the original one, please. Again. No, prior one, please. That one. All right, one more. There you can do it. One more. There we are. And just to give you a view before I conclude, and I don't, of course, proceed any further, because this resembles an accreditation presentation, so I'm not going to continue on doing that. But just to give you metrics, you can see the pillars that we defined earlier, how it cycles back to the research output of the university for this particular year, 22-23, and how everything is channelized across the board. So everything is connected. It's all connected. Now, don't think that this is a cakewalk. It's quite tough to maneuver, quite tough to manage multiple external relations, because chairs, fellows, distinguished professors, emeritus professors, adjunct professors, is tough. You have to deal with them one by one. Each of them have the requirements, each of them have the needs, and you have to link back to your own faculty. And you all know, dealing in academia with personalities is difficult. Consequently, all of that is connected, and so far, with the beginning of 2023, we are believing that we are completely geared up for it, and we'll, of course, update you, hopefully, in the ECF 2023 on what is the progress so far. With this, I thank you very much for coming again. All faces, new faces, afar faces from Brazil, coming all the way from the US as well. It's truly a pleasure to be here and have you here. Thank you very much, and wish you a pleasant, successful ECF. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rahul. I think we have been given a very detailed perspective about how Woxsen is growing across various areas, whether it is internationalization or research or entrepreneurship, corporate alignment, ERS. So thank you so much for giving us that perspective, Dr. Rahul. Moving on is the chief guest's address on creating a sustainable future for the society. As you know, creating a sustainable future requires good decision making and engagement with complex social, economic, and environmental challenges. It is an honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Dan Leclerc, CEO GBSN, as the chief guest at the ECF, to share his thoughts on how we can sustainably impact our economies, not just specific regions, but together collaborate towards making this planet a more sustainable and inclusive place to live in. Dr. Dan is a multi-dimensional global leader who has deep knowledge of the higher education industry and an extensive international network. Dan improves access to high quality, locally relevant management and entrepreneurship, education for the developing world. Prior to GBSN, Dan was the Executive Vice President at AACSB International. To some of you who may not know, AACSB is one of the top accreditation bodies, one of the bodies to be considered as a Triple Crown accreditation body. Prior to his stint as the CEO at GBSN, Dr. Dan has served at multiple advisory roles across institutions, not just in Americas, but also in Asia Pacific and Europe. Widely recognized as a thought leader in management education, Dr. Dan is an author of over 80 research reports, articles and blogs, and has delivered more than 170 presentations in almost 30 plus countries. Please give a big round of applause to Dan Leclerc. who will shed light on creating a sustainable future for the society. We welcome you, Dan.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I know now why my hair is so much more gray than it was in that picture. I appreciate it very much, and I want to start by saying that I'm particularly honored. I feel privileged to be here to address esteemed colleagues, distinguished participants, and I want to thank Woxsen University, especially Mr. Vin Gula and Dr. Raul Rodriguez for having me here. It's a wonderful opportunity for me, and I feel honored, and thank you, Chahat. My reward for being honored here is to have a very, very difficult topic to talk about. Creating a sustainable future for society. It's read in my mind is how to save the world, and by the way, do it in less than 20 minutes program to go through, right? But how do we save the world in some sense is really what this is about. This is the urgency in which we tackle this subject. Now, I want to start, as I often do, with a question. This is a question that I used to ask my students when I was a professor, going back all the way to the 90s. I used to start my classes with this question, but then I continued to ask this question throughout my career as I worked with AACSB, whenever I'm in front of students, and through GBSN, whenever I'm in front of students, I like to ask this question. And the question is quite simple. Why does your business, your management education matter? It's a very simple question. Why does your management education, your development as a manager, why does it? Usually they're a little surprised in the beginning. They think, isn't it obvious why it matters? So I have to press them. And we have this dialogue, and it usually goes something like this. We start by them talking about what it means to them. Well, what about companies? What does your management education mean to companies and other organizations? And we have this conversation. We talk about what it means in terms of profits, potentially. This conversation about growth. We talk about even things like retaining and their happiness. And we talk about how important good management is for that. So we move from what it means to them as individuals to what it means to them as organizations. But I keep pressing. I said, but what does it mean to society? What does your education mean to society? What does it mean to India? And I have to press a little harder there. In fact, after some pressing, usually we arrive at the conclusion that their management education matters to society. It improves the organization's decisions and their outcomes, and that translates into a better, more prosperous society. We usually get there in theory. And that matters, doesn't it? In fact, I wrote down, I want to tell you, after all this nudging, where we go with this. If you look at the Woxsen University vision statement, it's to build an institution of excellence in higher learning led through disruption. It's to develop a multicultural yet inclusive cohort of global professionals, and it ends by saying to contribute towards societal welfare. The reason why Woxsen University exists is because of what management education means to society. And why we exist as an organization. The Global Business School Network is built on the belief that management skills for a society, better managers, translates into better organizations, which translates into better societies. That's why we exist. That's how important this is. That question about why management education is a starting point for this discussion. But that's in theory, isn't it? Is that what really happens? We have this discussion with students. There are people who believe that more a part of than a part. Yeah, I'm not sure you can hear me. It's going up, on and off, but I hope you can hear that. Business schools are part of the problem, or are they part of the solution? We have this discussion. We have this discussion about how higher education needs to change. And if you think about the Woxsen mission, the Woxsen mission, it begins with to innovate, form conventional education processes. So when you think about an institution like Woxsen University, and the idea that they transform the way we do higher education, for what purpose? And that purpose is to drive management skills, to drive education in a way that makes a difference in society. That's what matters. We're not there yet. We have to work hard to transform ourselves. And that's what this forum is about, right? This Executive Council Forum is about this. I don't know the answers. That's what we're going to talk about today. But I do want to leave you with one thought. Just one thought. Whatever you come up with today, I believe it has to put people first. It has to put people first. Developing their talent, their knowledge, their skills, that is not... I mean, think about it. In India, 1.4 million people, soon to be 1.5 million people. By 2030, it'll be 1/6 of the world's population. Think about what it means to empower people to make a difference in society. And if you look at this question about from India to the world, that's what I think India brings to the world. The power of people. And that's the power of higher education, isn't it? To develop that. That is what we bring to the world from India. People. I congratulate Woxsen University and all the success so far. I think we have a lot of work left to do, and I encourage all of us to put our minds to it at this event, the Executive Council Forum. Thank you very much. I'm finished.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dan. I think we have been given a perspective on the sustainable future, not just in academia, but I think we need to look at sustainability from the government perspective, corporate perspective, the development agencies who work along with the academic institutions. So with that, we would like to move on to the next segment. But before the next segment, since we are running slightly late on the schedule, we will open for break for 10 minutes right now. The tea and snacks is being served on the room which is just opposite this lecture theater. 10 minutes and we will meet at 11:15. Thank you so much. 11:15, a 15 minutes break.
हेलो हेलो
वॉल्यूम कम करो।
हेलो 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 माइक चेक क्लियर हेलो 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 क्लियर ओके ना क्लियर ऑल क्लियर 1 2 3
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check. Check.
an era where a lot is changing, and so we have to adopt a mindset that we have to keep learning. And a university can be one place where we learn, but we have to keep learning for all through our professional lives in order to cope with the complexities that are going to come our way. And there are many ways of thinking about why this is the case, but essentially your rate of learning should keep up with the change in the complexity of the world, right? So, and as the world's complexity evolves, is your rate of learning staying apace, I think is one idea. So that idea itself is very powerful because it means that the way universities are constituted, the way we approach learning as a society has to be completely re-engineered. It is a massive institutional transformation that needs to take place because we have created a collective illusion that we can provide students with a quantum of knowledge called a degree, and that alone is sufficient. Well, it is hardly sufficient because the world changes so fast that the students' learning, the students' knowledge is obsolete the day they graduate. So how is it that we create in students an idea that they have to keep learning, and how do we make them self-directed learners? I think is kind of a very important idea that I would like all of us to think about. The second one is this other idea that learning is not about mastering a finite set of ideas. A lot of times we have this view that there's a textbook, there's chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and once you hit chapter 25, you now know everything about that subject. And this is not learning. Okay, this is absolutely not learning in the environment that we expect that all of you will be a part of in the coming future, right? So what that means is learning is about the ability to navigate through complex and turbulent environments, making sense of unstructure, not structure. If somebody gives you a lot of structure and say just do this, it means that you're in a low business value addition job, right? So future high business value addition jobs are going to be about unstructured. How is it that you navigate complexity and ambiguity to identify which are the important problems that have to be solved? Those are the skills that we want people to develop. So the third idea is the engineers are going to mess it up. And I say this as a, with all due respect, having an undergrad in engineering myself from IIT. But basically, if we leave the future of the technological enterprise or the future of society itself to just the engineers, they will just build something, and because they have the technical skills. So we need leaders who can connect whatever the engineers are able to do with what society needs, right? So we need people who can bring values as part of their leadership. We need people who understand what it means to be inclusive, people that are very different from themselves. We need people, there's a new term that we are starting to use called purple skills. I don't know if you've heard of purple skills. So meaning this is something that I think Deloitte started, but the idea is that you have kind of the red skills which are technical, the blue skills which are traditional business skills, and then how about the purple skills which are things like critical thinking, resilience, intuition, navigating through ambiguity, things like that. So how is it we inculcate in students the ability to kind of deal with more complex environments? And I think business schools can play a vital role in that, and all of you can play a vital role in enabling our students to ask the right questions. So in order to do that, how do we help them be curious? How do we put them in experiential learning settings where they have to apply what they're learning? And I think the organizing of this conference, for example, is a great way for people to apply what they're learning, right? Because they have to manage a budget, they have to get sponsors, they have to conduct an event, manage relationships with guests, and so on. I think that's the sort of thing that we need more of. And then we have used this term to talk about economic phenomena, and the term is anti-fragile. And the idea there is an anti-fragile phenomenon, if you want to think about it, is something that gets stronger with adversity. Right? So imagine there is some phenomenon where that phenomenon gets more intensified when faced with adversity. So the fourth idea is, how do we graduate business leaders who are anti-fragile, who will not simply crumble when faced with the first adversity, but actually will get stronger in the face of that adversity and will essentially lead their organizations with poise and courage. And then finally, I think the biggest thing that we can do as a business school is communicate to our students that it's not about them, it's not necessarily just about the profit objective, that they have an obligation to society. So we have an expectation that, you know, thinking about getting the first business analyst job upon graduation, that we want the students to be thinking about how they have a larger, you know, obligation to society, and how they should be inculcating some interest in helping others in society from day one, once they graduate. So it'll be interesting to see how our conversations evolve over the next few days. But I hope that these ideas are useful, you know, for you. And you know, I really believe that all of this can really happen if the way universities, business schools, and professors you know, approach our work, if that changes, only then we will be able to do this work together. Because we all have to approach this together, meaning that we are learners just as much as the students are. And the faculty have to be learning, the administrators have to be learning, and we have to be finding a way to connect with what is needed. So with that, I think my time is up. I'm going to hand it over back to Chahat. Chahat, back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Krishnamurthy. I think we've all got a sense of the topic, and we're very much looking forward to the next day with your presence here at the conference. Thank you so much for coming over. I would like to call you upon once again to facilitate you with a token of appreciation from Woxsen University, calling upon Dr. Raul Rodriguez, Vice President, to facilitate Dr. Sandeep Krishnamurthy. Thank you so much, Dr. Raul. Moving on to the next segment of the conference, having discussed very much academic related content, we will now move on to something more psychological. And I would like to call upon Ms. Smita Tharoor, who will be addressing all of us on reading between the lines, defining the progressive way of learning. As all of you know, progressive learning encourages students to reflect on their learning, follow their own questions, and engage in collaboration with peers and teachers, building their investigating, problem-solving, and communication skills. In that context, let me officially introduce Ms. Smita. She's a thought leader on the unconscious bias, keynote speaker, and coach who understands the importance of stories, both personal and corporate, and its role in defining an organizational identity and its practices. She's also the co-founder of a company called Culturelytics Private Limited, besides being the CEO and founder of Tharoor Associates, She is the recipient of Global Diversity Leadership Award at the 2017 World HRD Congress. Growing up in a pluralistic India taught her the value of tolerance and the appreciation of accepting differences. She's passionate about unconscious bias and how it impacts all aspects of leadership. Ms. Pita, we welcome you today as a keynote speaker, and we look forward to your thoughts on unconscious bias.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. I've been in conversation with Chahat for a while, and I'm so glad that I've made it happen and I'm actually here. And wonderfully, I'm talking about unconscious bias. Yes, I am. But before I even met any of you, I heard Rahul speak, and then I heard, Sandeep speak, and both of you said something similar to what I'm about to say. So the good news is we're all repeating ourselves. Because if you remember when Rahul was showing you all his slides and the amazing work that the university is doing and is going to achieve by the end of 2024, which is going to be in a blink of an eye, he talked about the fact that students need to learn rather than come here and say, all right, I'm a student, and now, when I finish, I'm going to be earning 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs, whatever it is. It's not going to work. They first have to understand what's going on within them, and how are they going to understand what makes them good learners? What makes them effective learners? And what did he say to all of us? He talked about learning, and he used, again, I'm totally paraphrasing, so forgive me, gentlemen, but he talked about the idea of learning and how we have to understand that learning is not about rote. Learning is about emotional resilience. Learning is about building relationships. Learning is about communication. And when we can understand that about ourselves, then we will be more effective learners. So guess what? That's what I'm going to be talking to you about. So it's a good connection. So I've called it reading between the lines, defining the progressive way of learning. Now, how does this work is the next question. How do I change the slides? Okay, tech problem, hold on. I said I want to manage the slides and ask Ishan to change it. That's the problem. So I've created the problem, I suppose. I might have to ask him to change it. Where am I pointing? There or there? Well, you'll have to do it. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh me. It will work. Pakka. All right. Well, that's your next slide. So we're talking about defining the progressive way of learning. So first and foremost, we have to talk about what is an effective learner. Now that opening sentence is an obvious. It's somebody who wants to learn. But the second sentence is the one that I want you to focus on, and focus on the two words that I've highlighted, which are non-cognitive skills. So what do you then understand by non-cognitive skills? It is not sitting in a classroom when somebody is teaching you something and you are understanding it with the ABCD of that particular subject. It's something a little bit more ephemeral. What does that mean to you, and how does that feel? What kind of skills do you think you need to have, which you and I could call non-cognitive skills? So these are some words, and I really want you to think about this. I'm aware that we're running late, so I'm not going to spend too long on each of these words. You know the meanings of these words, but I want you to think about this in the idea of learning. And I'm addressing this talk actually more to the students who are here as much as to the faculty, because I think it's very, very important. You know, I've been speaking to a few students today, MBA students, and certainly in India, most MBA students finish their undergrad and then get into MBA. They have, in my opinion, no real life skills of working, of understanding, of exploring, of having failures, of having successes at work. It hasn't happened yet. So then how do you learn? And you're still learning and you're doing your MBA. What does that then mean to you? These are all extremely obvious words, I hope, to all of you, when you think about what it means in terms of non-cognitive skills. But guess what? You know what you're going to say, and I'm again telling the students rather than the academics. You're going to say, self-confidence, that's the last one. But you're going to say, it's hard. It's really difficult. Do you know we're students? We've got to hang out with our friends. We're just making relationships. And that's also true. So how do you then focus and learn these skills that are essential, not just to complete your university degree, but for the rest of your life? And in my opinion, the very, very first point that all of us, not just the students, but every one of us in this room today needs to start thinking about is our unconscious bias. And then only will the others follow. Staying motivated, overworking, dealing with housemates, all of that is a given. But then what is unconscious bias? Simply put, let's just look at these two words. The word bias is a preference for or against. The word unconscious means I don't know. So you don't know that you have a preference for or against X, Y, or Z. It could be a way of behaving, it could be an individual, and so on. And in the context of this, I just want to share a story with you. So I also teach at the University of Arts London. And University of Arts London, they teach the students there, study various aspects of art subjects, like ceramics, pottery, so on and so forth. And what I did is I went into their classroom, this is pre-COVID days, and I put them, I think there were about 30 people, 30 students, and I put them into groups of 5 or 6. And on each table, I gave them an object. And for those of you from India, and many of you are not from India, but those of you from India, I'll describe the objects to you, because most of them were Indian. One was a little Kerala wooden box with an elephant on the lid. Another was a lovely shawl that I picked up from Shantiniketan, and so on. Each of these things had meaning to me, but they didn't know that. I put one on each item on each table, and I asked them to look at it, feel it, touch it, play with it, and then think about a couple of words, just a couple of words that they felt, their emotions. What do I feel when I am looking at X? Okay? So there were lots and lots of different answers, and I don't have the time to share with you. But the story I want to share with you was one student. She was studying ceramics. And she looked at the box with the elephant head on it, which actually is my sewing box at home, but I'd emptied it. So it was completely empty. And she looked at it and she said, I feel sad when I look at this box. And I said, why do you feel sad? And she said, it's empty, it's not perfect, there's nothing in it. The box has not been used. So I said, so what? So she then said to me, in my home, growing up in my home, and she would have been, I'm guessing her age, 22, 23 years old. She said, growing up in my home, we couldn't make mistakes. Everything had to be perfect. No mistakes allowed. And you had to be doing everything correctly. And if I made a mistake, my parents would not be very pleased. And then she gave me an example of when she accidentally broke an egg. And her mother was very angry because she dropped the egg and it broke. And she said, I look at this box and I remember all these stories because I understand that I cannot make mistakes and I have to be perfect. And then I said to her, but you're doing ceramics. How on earth are you going to achieve anything and achieve and succeed if you don't challenge that specific unconscious bias within you that you have to be perfect? Because if you think about, people who are my age, don't even look at the 25-year-olds. Let me look at the people in the front 2 rows here who are closer in age to me than a 25-year-old. And ask yourselves, what kind of stories did you have as children that you thought was normal, that you didn't question? You said, obviously that's what I do. Obviously that's how it's going to be. And then when you get to be an adult and you're now in your 20s and you're at university, how do you challenge those thoughts? So this young lady had realized that she needs to challenge her unconscious bias about being, in inverted commas, perfect. And only then is she going to be able to learn, really have what you and I call effective learning. So that's just a very small example that I'm giving you about the idea of how we all have different aspects to us. It's our narrative, it's who we are. But moving swiftly on. Okay, this guy is an old guy, he's been around forever. But I'm bringing him up again. Did I lose a slide? No. Okay. He's been around since 1995. And he's written a book, very simply, called Emotional Intelligence. So we've now got many, many other brilliant writers that I'm going to talk about in a minute. And your friend, Steven Pinker. But why am I bringing this guy up? Because you're going to have to do it, aren't you, Ishan? Click again. He talks about us needing to be resilient. And he talked about this in this book. And he talks about us human beings being self-aware, managing ourselves, motivating ourselves, showing empathy, and then building relationships. These are the things that will help us in terms of more effective learning. Now, alongside that, if you could just show the next slide. This particular group based in Chicago is talking about learning. And they are saying that if you really want to be effective learners, then you need to follow the 5 interrelated social and emotional learning competencies. And they're 5. And guess what? Do you see what I'm saying? So here's one guy talking about emotional resilience, and here is another group based in Chicago talking about effective learning, and they're exactly the same, with slight differences in choice of words. They're not my words. So, what then do we need to do to be effective learners? So what I have done, very, very simply, is just show you very briefly how we can think about improving our learning under these 5 headlines. Shall I try? Oh, that's just a slide. I like slides. Quotes. Aristotle. Okay. Now, if you look at this slide, and you look about being self-aware, this is a much larger conversation I should be having. I'm kind of chasing through just for you to start thinking a little bit about what self-awareness actually means to you. If you're thinking, I'm going to be a better learner, I'm going to be a good student, I know how I can interact with my faculty, well, it isn't going to be happening if you can't first begin to think about who you are as a human being and how self-aware are you. It starts with you first. Accept what you're feeling. The third point that I want to point here, just in the interest of time, is keeping an emotional journal. Now, this is extremely important. And I'll tell you why. Because our emotions come in the way to stop us from learning. Now, there's a woman at Columbia, I don't know if she's still there, but there was a woman at Columbia University who was teaching medical students. Her name is Rita Sharon, C-H-A-R-O-N. And what she did is she was telling the medical students, at some point, the medical students needed to be with patients. But they were getting emotional, and they were not understanding, and they were not putting their learning into effective practice. So she said, create an emotional journal. The key here is emotional journal. Actually put in words into your journal that make sense to you for your emotions. How are you feeling? What are you doing? Why are you angry? And by actually writing it down, psychologists tell us that you are having some release from your own emotions. So that's the key point that I want to point out from here. Okay, one more quote. Good one, right? I mean, this is such a long time ago. Do you see what I'm saying? This is old news. We should all know it. We should all practice it. But what we tend to do is we're chasing our tail. We're trying to earn the big bucks. We're trying to get the good grades. And we're not thinking about ourselves as real people. So this one, in terms of self-management, I think the main point, is about, I'm going to pick up on this, each of us will take something else, is about anchoring your positive feelings. And anchoring your positive feelings, I believe it is a true story and not apocryphal. But when Obama was president, and those of you who are Indian will know Hanuman, but those of you who don't, quick summary, there is an Indian god called Hanuman, who is a monkey god. And I'm being extremely simple in my explanation, but the monkey god had the power of becoming as small or as little as he needed to save people, to save Sita and so on. Okay, so I just need for you to remember that Hanuman had the power of becoming big or small. So the story goes, and I believe it's true, that somebody gave Obama a little Hanuman statue, which he would put in his pocket. Now, he's not a practicing Hindu. It is not about that. But he was the president of the United States. And when he was making decisions, and when he was listening to people, he'd put his hand discreetly in his pocket to anchor his feelings, to remind him that he does not need to be only big, he can also be small. To remind him that it's okay to listen differently. I don't believe that it's a made-up story, because somebody I knew who worked in the Obama government also shared this with me. So who knows? But I like the story anyway. Okay, so that's the main point I want you to take away from here. Here's another quote. We're catching up with ourselves. Now that's 12th century. You remember that time when you've got an exam tomorrow and you're thinking, I can't do this anymore. Oh my God, it's too stressful. How am I going to manage? Wake up at 3 in the morning. Remember those days? Just tell yourself, it'll be okay. Don't give up. Believe in yourself. Motivation, the one I want you to focus on, the main one, is make the goal compelling. Because you know what? Even if it's something that you hate doing and you have to do, you've got to find something that makes it work for you. This is key for all learners. This is very important between academics and students. And I'm speaking to both of you when I'm showing you this one. Because now we've done the intrapersonal. We've talked about self-awareness, self-management, self-motivation. We're beginning to challenge our unconscious biases, beginning to think of ourselves. But now we're interacting, you and I. I'm the teacher, you are the student. How are we interacting? How do we aim? And the point I want to focus on for here is actually keep your emotional perspective and really help clarify your thoughts when you're communicating with others. Because what you want is a win-win, obviously. So instead of getting angry, instead of allowing your emotions to come in the way, think calmly, logically, and see if you can communicate get the best out of the people that you're communicating with. Now, last slide here, aim for a win-win. Sometimes, or agree to disagree if you like. But the point is, you can't always win, and you mustn't always lose. That's not a good place to be. It's about wanting to agree something, even if you disagree on the fundamentals. I've deliberately taken somebody who's been around forever, Stephen Covey, and I've added my own bits to it to connect the dots, because everybody's heard of him, but it's not 7, okay, it's 8, please note. And I just wanted you to read these. Be proactive and do not feel sorry for yourself. How many times have we felt sorry for ourselves? It's good, isn't it? It's nice to wallow a little bit in our own misery and feel so sad. oh God, it's been so difficult. I'm having such a bad time. Do it for about 2 minutes and then move on. Because otherwise you'll end up getting stuck in it. Begin with the end in mind. In other words, take control. You are the only person, it sounds kind of simplistic, but you are the master of your own destiny. What do you want to do? How are you going to manage yourself? You know, somebody's doing something to me, I can't manage it. Easy to say. But it's your decision, not theirs. Embrace change. Well, guess what? If nobody's embraced change since COVID has started, I doubt if you're going to embrace change. We've all learned how to do that. Aim for a win-win. Seek first to understand. Do not live in the past. That's connected to the first point. Don't feel sorry of yourself. You know, 3 years ago, I was doing so well. Now look at me. Doesn't work. Synergize. Learn from your mistakes. This one, 7. 7 is an important one, and I'll tell you why. If you are feeling vulnerable and not feeling successful, and then your friend calls you and says, guess what? I've got this fantastic job, and I'm getting X amount of money, and I'm doing really well. Can you bring it within yourself to really feel happy for your friend? If you can, then you're emotionally resilient. It's hard to do, very hard to do. And of course, the last point is about me, myself, and I. Focus on yourself. Listen to your thoughts. Write an emotional journal. Think about these things. This guy, the other Daniel, he's written many books, most recently called Noise, and the one before that, he's a Nobel Prize winning, well, he's a psychologist, but they had to give it to him for economy. And he's written a book called Thinking Fast and Slow. You probably know it. It's been around for ages. And more recently, Noise. And what is noise, simply put? The noise in our brains. That's the noise we're talking about. How do we jump to conclusions because of X, Y, or Z? What's going on in our head? That kind of noise. This lady, I'm going to play a short 3-minute video to conclude. She's a Nigerian-American novelist. She's also a feminist. And if you don't know her, I suggest you find her and read some more about her. Her name is Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. And she is going to be talking, she's a clip from a TED Talk. You can hear the whole TED Talk on YouTube. And she's just going to be talking to us about the danger of a single story. And the reason why I put this in to close my talk is for all of us to understand that we are not a single story. We are, what did Walt Whitman say? I am large, I contain multitudes. We are many, many things. We're not one thing. We're not an MBA student only, or a techie only, or a dean only. We are many things. How is it that we can manage those many things within us and still be successful? So hopefully, oh, I forgot to tell you, Sean, where's he gone? Is there sound? Completely forgot to tell you. I don't know if we have time for any questions, do we? Do you know, Rahul? Char hasn't charged, he's disappeared. Char, do we have time for Q&A? We're running out of time. Any questions? Yeah. I think I can hear a word you say. I'll come to you.
Okay, so you were showing that video of Chimananda. She's a very famous novelist. So in her thing, she talked about, she came to US as an African. So do you think stereotypes come, because what she was talking about is stereotypes. We're stereotyping people. Like Japanese love sushi, Indians are curry, that kind of thing. So does it come from a cognitive bias, or is it how do you explain it?
I'm going to answer your question slightly differently, because the purpose of my talk today, as you know, was to tell you about how you want to be effective learners. So let's think about us and what is our bias and our stories and what gets stamped upon us rather than nationalities. So for example, and I'm telling you, I'm not lying. When I was little, I'm the youngest of three. And I was considered the clumsy one. Well, guess what? I'm still considered the clumsy one. Hello! I mean, what's going on here? And I've just come from Delhi. I was with my siblings in Delhi and my mother. We are old people now, okay? My siblings are grandparents themselves. But between the three of us, we go back into dynamics of when we were 5 and 10. And I become the clumsy one. And I started talking to them about this right now. And how what we tend to do is we stamp people. We put a stereotype, forget about Indians being curry. Are you the clumsy one? Oh, maybe if you have a sibling, you're the clever one. Or you're the responsible one. What about the other guy? Do you see what I'm saying? So let's start with us and our families and our stories, and then think of the danger of the single story. That was the purpose of this for today's conversation. Anybody else? I know we're running late, so. We're good. Great, thank you all.
Thank you so much, Smita, for such an enlightening presentation. I'm sure that we have got some insights on unconscious bias and how do we, shift this lens of looking at life more from a personal perspective, and how do we develop, not just academically, but also professionally. So to felicitate Smita, I would like to call upon Dr. Aditi Saxena, the Dean of the School of Arts and Design, Woxsen University, to please come on the dais. We are thankful to you, Smita, for coming down to Woxsen. Thank you so much, Dr. Aditi and Smita. Moving forward, we would move to the first group discussion of the day one, which is an executive open forum on new trends in higher education. With the advent of new technologies being infused in the school curricula, educators and school leaders are beginning to rethink all facets of data in the classrooms. New, innovative methods of data collection are continually being developed, which offer new options for ongoing, formative, culminative, summative, and alternative assessments. In this context, I would like to welcome our panel to share their thoughts on new trends in higher education. I'd like to call upon the moderator, Mr. Nishit Jain, Senior Special Advisor, EFMD Asia. Audience, please give a big round of applause. Nishit has been involved in business development activities for education industry in Asia For the last few years, he has been serving in EFMD as a senior special advisor. He has been helping educational institutions, not just in India, but across the world, to come up with their accreditation and the best practices in higher education. Thank you so much, Nishit, for joining us. I welcome the first panel speaker, Dr. Sergey from IBS of Business Education Programs. Thank you so much, Dr. Sergey, for joining us. The second panel speaker, I welcome Dr. Bruno Henrique Rocha Fernandes, the Dean of the Business School at Pontifical Catholic University of Paraná, Brazil. Before PUCPR appointment, Dr. Bruno worked at Positivo University. He's been very active in higher educational institutions, helping the business landscape to evolve by implementing some of the best international practices. Woxsen is a proud member to be a partner of your school, Dr. Bruno. Thank you so much for joining us today. I also welcome Dr. Yama Temuri, Associate Professor, Khalifa University, United Arab Emirates. Dr. Yama Temuri is an Associate Editor for the Business Research Quarterly, Elsevier Publishers, and his research interests are mainly in the economics of multinational corporations and their impact on host and home economies. Dr. Timur has also published in top journals such as Journal of World Business. Please give a big round of applause to the first panel. So, in the interest of time, panel speakers, we will keep the time limit to 30 minutes, and I would request Mr. Nishit to take on this conversation.
Thank you, Chad. You know, it's a very difficult challenge to put the wisdom of three stalwarts in 30 minutes. I mean, flying in all the way from different continents, and imagine, I mean, we are not getting much to hear from them, but we'll try to be more pointed, and with due permission, we'll try to sort of engage the audience in as much as we can. Having said that, let me set the context. I mean, the topic's been trends in higher education. You know, I mean, it's a fairly wide topic, if you ask me. And how we'll address this wide issue is, obviously we can't take 100%, but then we'll focus on three broad areas, which is technology, the internationalization aspect of the trends, and the impact, which is equally crucial to look at. So before we get there, I'll try to sort of look at the EFMD perspective in this. And when we look at EFMD, I think one of the things which we have really realized is to find a good balance. I mean, so four broad pillars, if I may say, about this conversation is finding the balance, the global collaboration, technology, how it has evolved and changed the landscape altogether, and lastly, the linear and the concentrated education. It cannot be the way forward because now, I mean, we can't have a uniformal, I mean, a linear way to learn and absorb and reflect. Having said that, if I try to, I mean, elaborate a little bit very quickly on what do we mean by this finding balance. We have known academics are to blame, that we have always looked at the scientific rigor of what we produce, what we qualify as a good journal, as a good research paper. Have we really linked it up to the societal challenges, the society? I think that's where we need to find the balance. While we should create rigor, we should create high impact journals, we should also look at what is the real world challenges, what are the societal challenges, and how we can bring a change. So business schools is the home where we should start thinking and deliberating on this aspect. We also need to look at the research from perspective of how closely it is linked to the ethics, the responsibility, and the sustainability, and how the global relevance of the research that we create is creating impact in the global context. We can't continue to do the research in the conventional and the traditional sense. Moving on to the next point, which is the global collaboration. I think what we really need to highlight is that global collaboration for Woxsen or any other institution will be very different from another institution. We should not generalize the concept of global collaboration. I think it is context driven, where we are located, what is our ambition, where do we want to get to. So taking those cues is how we should formulate our global collaboration. And at EFMD, I think one of the starking challenges that I feel is that everybody says that the moment we say word internationalization, we are into passport counting. Not exactly. I think what we're trying to build is a global mindset. And that is what can be done in several ways. I'll not dwell into that, but I think we'll open the discussion on that. And lastly, if I say thirdly, if I say the technology. Now, technology has its own, impact in the post-pandemic era, if I may say so. I mean, today, hybridization has a greater relevance, a greater acceptance, and a greater appeal to how we teach, learn, and also deliver. So it is kind of an irreversible change. So let's embrace it. Let's take it into the cognizance. I mean, if I were to say the technology as a means to teach in the pre-pandemic era, I think most people will look at me with, an eye that maybe I'm not offering a great quality. I'm trying to evade. I'm trying to pull you around. But today, I think there is a greater acceptance in that. Also, I think we have to look at the classrooms with respect to technology from a perspective wherein classrooms today are no longer a means to teach and deliver. I think it's a place to deliberate. It's a differentiation which can be brought around by fact of what goes in discussion, and the role of faculty is no longer a one-way traffic wherein, okay, let me put something on the board and you have to read, learn, and then memorize and then spit it out again in the exam. No. I think the role of faculty has also transformed or will transform into more and more coach and mentors. And that is the big difference we need to ascertain and bring into our learnings. And last but not the least, I think enough has been said about the learning, which is, life is not about linear learning. We have to have a lifelong learning concept. So at institutions, and my sincere request, and I'm sure Woxsen is doing an excellent job there, in the classroom, in the institution, the 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever you spend, I think when you come out, if I were to recruit you, the only thing I want to hear from you, how good you are a learner. Because I think that's what defines you for the next 10, 20 years. Because, skills of today may be irrelevant tomorrow. But if you have the ability to learn quick, adapt, and reflect, I think that's what will define you. So with that, I think my last words would be that we have to have a global approach with a greater emphasis on collaboration and reference to the societal challenges. So let me now turn left and ask my fellow colleague, Sergi, to reflect on his views, especially in the context of the geopolitical challenges, the pandemic, and it has really linked back to technology to overcome these. So over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a big pleasure and honor for me to speak in front of such a great audience, and I would be very much pleased to answer any of your questions. And with the reference of our today's topic, and I was told that I have to speak in between 7 and 9 minutes maximum, so it would be here. I shall start with the goal. If you remember the story of Alice in Wonderland, Alice has a very interesting talk with Cheshire Cat when Alice asks, please tell me how long time I have to walk and what do you want to reach? Cheshire Cat asks her, I'm retelling with quotations. Alice thinks and then answers, in fact, I don't know where I'm going. It doesn't matter. In this case, Cheshire Cat says, you can walk through your whole life. If we want to reach something, we have to understand what are our goals, what in particular we have to reach. And that's our major question for the students. And with your permission, sir, I won't speak in general. As soon as we find something new and innovative, with perspective of 2030 close it with the reference to the vice rector of this university. We want our students to be entrepreneurial. And from this point of view, we try sort of to motivate them to become innovative, to look for something new, and we're very proud that we were the first in Russia to implement start-up defending instead of writing thesis as a diploma, which then the students defend. We consider that to rewrite the books for businessmen is much less important than to make their real first startup and to bring it to the world. So we make a stress on entrepreneurship, we make a stress on leadership, and this is emotional intelligence. And here we try to balance two types of our students' abilities, to be a leader and to be a member of the team. Because it seems to me that our world needs outstanding leaders, but our world doesn't need all of us to become leaders. And so we have to know both how to be a good and socially responsible team member, or country, national economy member, or the global economy member. And simultaneously, we have to try to become leaders in our track and ability. Next thing, for us, cultural intelligence is even more important than intelligence, than emotional intelligence. I argue that a person who knows only one language sees the world by one eye. Soviet the students and grads at least to have awareness about, say, what is artificial intelligence, even if they follow the track of the Department of Global Politics and International Relations. They have to know what are abilities of neuroscientific research and what this research can bring to management. So we introduce numerous classes which can bring this awareness to the rooms. It seems to me I shall be finishing, like all of you, that's my life. I can talk forever, and I shall finish with a small slogan. At our business school, we want to get the best from both East and West. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sergi. That was really insightful, and it's a pity that we can't engage in a longer discussion. But nevertheless, let me turn further up to Professor Bruno, and if I could request you to reflect on the internationalization aspect, that how, it has really changed and will change in the global context of trends in higher education. Thank you.
Hello? This is a very powerful one, isn't it? Oh, yes. Well, it's a pleasure for me to be back here. I've been here to GIS, and well, I really appreciate it. That's why I'm back. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. And Woxsen has been a wonderful partner to PUC PR, so actually it's a way to nourish our partnership to be here again. So yes, going to the point, I would bring some arguments in order to defend or to propose why internationalization is so important for higher education, and we can consider it as a trend. So first of all, we can say that organizations are becoming international. We have a kind of wicked problems that are also international ones. They have no border. So we have to prepare students to cope, to deal with this kind of challenge. So, and I think that higher education, they have a special mission on this, according to this point, because we are going to prepare people for coping with those problems. We are preparing people to be international. So, internationalization is a kind of thing that is not a kind of theoretical knowledge. It's something that you have to live, So, for instance, You are not going to learn how to swim just reading books. You have to dive, you have to, swallow some water, you have to practice a lot. So that's exactly what internationalization means. So according to this perspective, we can see that higher education institutions, they are supposed to provide students for opportunities for them to be international. And of course, it can be when you, for instance, bring foreign students, when you bring faculty, when you do research in collaboration with other institutions, but also out when you send students abroad. And you have to leave, you have to walk in the streets, you have to talk to people, you have to taste the food. So that's what internationalization is all about. And we think we must provide experience, learning experience for the students to be international. So this is one way of seeing it. On the other hand, we can say that, I don't know about here, but in many countries, we can see that the higher education, let's say, industry, it's a very competitive industry. I would say it's a kind of red ocean competitions. So we need to think about how to differentiate our offering. We would say that according to strategic management, we need to develop a concept that's called sustainable competitive advantage. And if you go to one of strategy theories that's called resource-based view, they usually say that to develop a sustainable competitive strategy, you need something that is VREN, V-R-E-N, which stands for V, valuable. Is it valuable you're offering? R, hair, is you have something that not everyone have. I, it's difficult to imitate, and N, non-substitutable, or it's hard for you to substitute it. So according to that perspective, we can see that internationalization can be a sustainable competitive advantage. I was talking to some students from Woxsen yesterday, and I asked them, why did you choose Woxsen? And they answer, oh, it's because they provide us with many international opportunities. So yes, that's a very strong evidence that it's valuable. It's valuable from the eyes of customers. Is it here? Yes, of course. I would say that few institutions are really international. Of course, usually they are local institutions connected with many institutions all over the world. They are kind of hub, and this is a very important issue for us to work on. So yes, it's here. Is it difficult to imitate? Yes, of course. Many of us here, we work in international office. It's yes, you can sign an MOU, but to make it happen, to develop the relationship, to send students, to receive students, and do it in a sustainable base, yes, it's very hard. So it's very difficult to imitate, and it's not something that you can substitute. So according to that perspective, we can see that, yes, internationalization can be a very interesting, sustainable, competitive advantage. And if you look all over the world, we can see many universities that are kind of investing in this kind of sustainable competitive advantage. So if we look through that perspective, we can, yes, think that internationalization is a trend, because we have to differentiate our institutions from other ones, and this is really a strong trend, because the society is demanding for international people, and we are in charge of preparing those people. Thank you so much.
So now I'm giving the most difficult task to Professor Yama, because he's going to talk about, in the context of the future of higher education, how do we make it all work? Because end of the day, the sustainability of a business school or a university is extremely crucial. So we'll hear about the business perspective, the business modeling, and the impact from him. Professor Yama.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank Praveen, Rahul, Chahat, the whole organization for this event. Thanks for inviting me. My background is in economics. I studied economics as an undergraduate, And then I moved on to a master's in international business, continued with a PhD in international business as a field. I research in international business, management, and international management. Personally, I grew up in Asia. I was born in Asia. If you ask me nicely, I'll tell you which country. I grew up in Germany. I'm a German national, so my ethnicity is different from my nationality. I lived in America for a couple of years, and I've spent some 19 years in the UK. I got married to somebody who is from Canada. We lived in the UK until my wife told me that it's a bit boring in the UK, and I had a friend in the UAE, in Dubai. And I thought, why not? Let's try this job. I applied for this job in Dubai, and I had this backup from my university in the UK, in the sense that try it for 2 years, and if it all goes pear-shaped, you can come back to the UK. So I thought, it's less risky, let's try it out. I've been in the UAE for 5.5 years, so I have a little bit of a background in business schools specifically in different regions. I'm not going to plagiarize too much, but what Bruno was saying was very, very important, that universities now are increasingly competitive with one another. And the universities in the, call it global south, or call it in emerging markets, are becoming stronger and stronger and stronger, right? And you have all sorts of business models. You have universities which are comprehensive. They cover all sorts of disciplines. You have other universities that are much more focused. I was at a university in the UK which was much smaller. It had a few schools, and it didn't cater for everything else because the capabilities it had were just fine in order to go up rankings for those particular focused disciplines. I was tasked also talking about impact. I think impact is one of those very, very difficult things to monitor and then also to write down in any sort of strategy. Actually, writing it down in a strategy is an echo, or is this okay? It's okay? Writing down that you want to be sustainable, that you want to be environmentally friendly, that you want to solve the inequality, all of that is easy. But then when you break that down, it's very, very difficult, especially for a university. I mean, a university is a services type of industry, right? It's different from manufacturing. It's also different from all sorts of other services industries. But then it's up to the leadership, Raul, Praveen, and others, to pinpoint what it means to have impact. And impact can come through teaching, where students can involve themselves with the university. Certainly for the 3-4 years when there are students here, they can come up with ideas and have a startup. But also very important, for example, for the American system, which is very, very advanced, is have a strong alumni system. So students that graduate from a university stay engaged with the university. And that's very difficult sometimes to create and develop. And I think Woxsen will be very well advised to generate an alumni system that comes back and there is a lot of benefit there. All of this takes time, but I think the commitment can trade off in the sense that Raul and Chahat are working very hard, that can be, the speed can go quicker, but nevertheless it takes a long time to create this impact. I should say that probably 20 years and before, business schools in particular did a disservice to themselves and students, because the whole mantra was the shareholder view. The purpose of companies was to maximize profit. Nowadays, it goes without saying that it's the stakeholder view that's important. So shareholders are one part of who you need to keep happy, but you need to keep your employees happy, your suppliers happy, your alliance partners happy, and so on and so forth. Now, this university needs to think about who their stakeholders are and how to keep their stakeholders happy. By happy, I mean, how do you benefit your stakeholders as well as take benefits from your stakeholders, right? And this becomes especially important in times of crisis, right? In good times, everybody's happy, you're benefiting, some benefit more than others, but when really crisis period occurs, then the institutions, organizations that come out and bounce back from crisis periods are the ones that have dealt and developed and nurtured their stakeholders in a good way. I can tell you that the UAE business model is all about diversification. 1 minute. Of both for businesses and universities. Germany has moved more from a kind of a traditional comprehensive system where university students were kind of 24, 25 when they graduated. Now they have learned to graduate much earlier. They have business schools as well, but they are quite late to the game. France has a very interesting system of having fully fledged universities, but also these business schools that just do business degrees. So that's quite interesting to see. I think I want to end with impact that in my discipline is called grand challenges. Grand challenge of inequality, grand challenge of environmental problems, grand challenge of water supply, what have you, right? And for India, the context is different. How do you break that down and have a nugget of a solution? We're not going to come up with a solution that's just copy and paste to other Asian countries. So we'll be very specific, and the key is to kind of breaking it down and writing down what the solution will be for this specific Hyderabad context. I think there's lots more to talk about.
I can very well imagine, but I think I've been constantly nudged by the fact that we need to stop and hear more from the others. So thank you again for patient learning. Just as a session closure, I think it's important to remember that there were some really good takeaways to look at not just leaders, but also people who are socially responsible and committed. We should look at global citizens and not just people who are looking at one geography, because I think languages and culture bring a added value. And we should have a more stakeholder-oriented approach as opposed to shareholder approach, because that is what will drive the future impact. So thank you again. Thank you for patient hearing, and I hope it was a validation for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nishit, Dr. Sergey, Dr. Bruno, Dr. Yama, for your water and sanitation. I would like to welcome our panel members for the second discussion on bringing climate change into the classroom. I'd like to welcome the moderator for the panel, Dr. Glenn Mushert, professor at Khalifa University. Dr. Glenn is a research advisor to the Abu Dhabi Department of Community Development. Dr. Mushert earned a PhD in sociology from the University of Colorado in the US. He has more than 25 years of experience in higher education. He's a certified UAE Ministry of Education as an external reviewer for the Council on Academic Accreditation. Thank you, Glenn, for joining us. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Drew Mallory, Dr. Drew Bennett Mallory, professor at Sasson School of Management. Dr. Mallory has completed his PhD from Purdue University in the US. His specialties include social and organizational research, project management and design, data management and analysis. He's also an active member of SIOP, United Nations Committee, a Geneva representative, and Society for Industrial and Organizational Psychology. GRE at ETS India, the official partner for the Executive Council Forum today as well. Ms. Tanya has over 12 years of experience in the higher education domain. She's primarily worked in supporting large organizations entering high growth markets. Prior to joining ETS, she has worked with organizations like LSAC, ACT Inc., and Tanya is also an active alumnus of ICFI Business School in Hyderabad. Thank you, Tanya, for joining us. I would now like to welcome our panel speaker, Mr. Ranjan Dwivedi, IPS retired, former DGP, Government of Uttar Pradesh in India. Mr. Dwivedi is a member of the National Advisory Committee of the National Disaster Management Authority and an invited member of the governing body of Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras Hindu University. He is also a special rapporteur, North Zone, National Human Rights Commission in New Delhi. He has also worked with WHO in Geneva in the Department of Resource Mobilization and has raised funds from international institutions and other accredited institutions worldwide. Please give a big round of applause to the panel speakers and keep your answers brief and precise as much as possible.
Thank you so much, Chahat, for having us here. Thank you, Raul. Thank you, Woxsen University, for this opportunity here today. We have already been introduced, so thank you so much to my panelists for appearing today. I wanted to start off with a question for everyone. So the question is, what is one word that comes to your mind when you think about sustainable development goals? One word. Dr. Drew.
Encompassing. I would say encompassing.
Sorry?
Encompassing.
Encompassing.
For me also, it's going to be something on those lines.
Sustained global equality.
Each person can have one. Live? Okay, I'm thinking about yellow. Out here, yellow. One word. One word. One word. One word that comes to mind when you think of sustainable development goals.
Development. Future development.
Okay, thank you. Development. Gentlemen.
Good environment.
Environment. Okay. We have someone here. Yes?
Existence. Existence in the future. Sorry I couldn't keep it in one word.
It's hard to difficult to keep it in one word.
Social development.
Social development. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And
Planet.
planet.
Poverty elevation. Poverty elevation.
Poverty elevation. Thank you so much. So these are the words that encapsulate what we're working on here. I wanted to ask, we have a combination of public sector, private sector, academic sector panelists today, and I wanted to ask you, if you would, please tell us about your challenges of your industry. Briefly, what are the challenges of your industry in terms of helping to drive sustainable development goals? Dr. Drew?
So I'm going to take a different angle. I'm not going to focus on students, but instead I'll talk about the staff that we have working at our institution. We did an inclusion survey recently of our staff at SASIN, and we asked them how they were feeling regarding their connection to the university. And while the faculty, we know what we're doing. We're told all the time, we work in this area, we research. The staff had no idea. So their KPIs are related to the SDGs. They saw these words repeatedly. They said, what are the SDGs? We don't understand what they are. And then when there was a moment to actually rate themselves on what they'd done, they said, we don't even have time. We've never been given the opportunity. So something that we're trying to do is make sure, of course, that people know what the SDGs actually are, but make sure that we actually have tailored KPIs for every part of the school that allow people to work within their own domains of expertise and function on various different SDGs. So.
Sure. For us at ETS India, we are firstly the makers of the TOEFL and the GRE exams. So in terms of sustainable development goals and to look at the work that we're doing to fit in, we're looking at developing certain non-cognitive skills assessments, something called PSQ, Personal Skills and Development, quite in line with what Smita Tharoor was talking about in terms of how do you develop these skills which will be 21st century skills and will help students to kind of fit in with the new challenges that will come across, for them on the lines of self-resilience, adaptation, self-awareness, social awareness, and developing something on those lines for sustainable development, given the challenges that we will have, in terms of climate change and things like that.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad you put this as the first question, because I thought this was an extremely important issue, partly responded to before this by Professor Sergey from Russia. And this refers to SDG number 10, which is reducing inequality locally and as also globally. Now, inequality, mostly people think it refers to income. Of course it does. But what are the causes of this difference in income, which leads to inequality, is inequality of access to many things. And particularly, and if I talk of the Indian context, and partly also the global context, the inequality of access to a language of achievement is a huge issue here. Now, people have come from abroad. I mean, some of you may be aware that probably 10–15% of Indians are conversant with English, whereas the entire space for achievement and contribution has been monopolized almost by the English speakers. And this, in the university context, therefore, there's a huge issue of importance that whenever we approach our curriculum over here, it's important to instill in the children and the students that there's a huge challenge regarding language and all Indian languages. Mind you, all Indian languages are a market size which is large enough to be addressed independently. Bengali, Punjabi, Tamil, Telugu, these are all Indian languages, and population sizes very large, and perhaps maybe after 10 or 15 countries, the state, these languages would be in size, in population size. So whenever any work is being done, whenever any research is being done, let's keep in mind that we have a multilingual perspective. Whatever research we produce, whatever literature we produce, dictums we produce, let's have them in languages of all the various states. If we do that, then our reach, our contribution, and the value generation would be much higher than if we restrict ourselves to English.
Thank you so much, sir. And we may converse in Malayalam in the UAE, actually, I think, effectively.
Yeah, I'm told that in Mount Sinai Hospital in New York, the language is after 8 o'clock is Malayalam, because all the nurses are from Kerala.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Now, when we're talking about the SDGs, one way that we might look at it is the effort on the part of humanity to decide upon a common agenda, a common language to discuss what is important to humanity and the problems and the goals for reaching how we may reduce or solve many of these problems. However, each of us is in a small kind of space in relationship to the entire world. We're often hesitant to speak outside of our area of expertise. And I have with me a education sector, private sector, and public sector. However, these kind of conversations are somewhat rare, unfortunately. So my question to the panelists is, how can we engage outside of our areas of expertise, our circles, if you will, in order to build partnerships for achieving SDGs, which, by the way, 17 is all about partnerships. Dr. Drew?
Sure. So I began my research a long time ago on corporate social responsibility, which is no longer perhaps the buzzword that it was, for good reasons probably. But what we know from that early research is that when people looked at organizations who engaged in pro-social activities, they developed emotional connections with those organizations. And they anticipated that they themselves, if they were working for that organization or engaged with it, would be treated well also because they were treating others well. And I think this same phenomenon applies when we're looking at other types of policies and practices. So when we see organizations, academics, individuals engaging with other third parties, whether it's the environment or a particular community, we make certain assumptions about them. I think we need to flip that as well. So when we're working on SDG-related topics in our classrooms, instead of just talking about the environment or responsibilities abstractly that we have to different stakeholder groups, we really need to make that personal and identify who those stakeholders are, what they look like, and what the issues are that are important to them. So an example of this that we do at SASIN is every time that I do a project, for example, I'm working with people with disabilities and transgender leaders right now, is it's all filmed. So with the consent of the stakeholders, we get everything filmed and on very high quality cameras. And the reason that we do this is because we can use that content in the classroom later to illustrate what we learned during the active research process. And this helps people to really connect in interesting and emotional ways to the topics that we're discussing that they wouldn't if we were to just talk about an SDG at a high level.
Thank you. So for us at ETS India, what we do is to look at things a little outside the box and contribute to sustainable development. One of the key things that we did was moving to at-home testing, because we understand the geographical barriers that students may have had during the time of COVID. We were able to bring in at-home testing to create that convenience for students. Other than that, there is also, for students with disabilities, we offer a lot of support for them, especially, creating the tests, having it done in Braille. Several other support systems are provided. So we work on these kind of things quite often.
I think the challenge really is to make everybody have a look at various policy options and what is being legislated through some kind of a climate lens. And it requires a huge amount of dialogue, feedback on whatever is proposed, because ultimately these policies then determine what's going to be happening in a country and in an international context for the international organizations to take this kind of an issue up. And I'll just give you some examples from here. Now, we know that the bulbs we use, the tungsten bulbs consume a lot of energy. It required a very small decision with a huge impact. But the country procured LED bulbs in very large numbers, and the cost came down to that of a tungsten bulb. And the implication of this on use of energy was it got reduced by about 90%. There are bad policies also. For example, subsidies in agriculture. You find that a crop is being grown which is not suited to the particular zone, agricultural zone. You're having rice where it should not be consuming a lot of water. It should not be consumed there. So there is a huge need to discuss this, and the students need to be made aware that you have to look at things from a policy angle. Only if you do that, then you'll be coming at good conclusions, and which requires a huge amount of dialogue. Today, fortunately, information technology makes it easy. It's easy for Elon Musk, even sitting there, to ask the various shareholders and members of Twitter whether he should be the CEO or not. Apparently, they voted that he should not be. That's a different issue. But he could do it. So the tools are available. The technology is there. Today, in the country, in India, for example, and probably this will be true for most of the world, except perhaps a few regions in Africa, that almost everybody has access to a smartphone. It's so pervasive. Communication technology is so pervasive. So the tools are there, technology is there, it's very low cost. There should be a lot more communication when policy is being framed, because if right policies are framed, then I'm sure SDGs would be achieved? So.
Thank you all. For the students, think about questions right now. We're going to have one more question for the panelists, and then we're going to open up the questions from the students. And I specifically don't want to hear from the people in the first rows. Okay? I want to hear from those in the back. So the question I have is, for the panelists, how can we, in our various industries or areas of expertise, engage youth to move forward with sustainable development? Ms. Tanya, may we start with you?
Sure. So given the fact that SDG is such a priority at this time, what we do is, what you can do is create some more awareness around the sustainable development goals. There is enough and more opportunity in India, knowing the fact that we are bulging with the youth population at about 600 million under the age of 25. There is enough opportunity in terms of jobs, enough and green, going green and being more responsible in terms of the climate changes. These are some areas which will create focus, create jobs, and universities should be able to inculcate the same in their curriculums to ensure that students are more responsible and thinking more future-driven in their curriculums and going forward.
I think that's an extremely important question. And the way forward would be to identify business opportunities in this whole game of sustainable development goals and climate change. Now, if we can identify opportunities as was written by this old professor, at the lower end of the pyramid, where you have volumes and there's a lot of gains to be achieved from there. If that lens is used, perhaps a lot can be achieved. Again, in terms of pollution control, there's huge amount that can be done and will lead to good sustainable environment. Unfortunately, what happens is that many a times some good initiatives come along, but they get lost. And so knowledge management is necessary as to what all is there, what is available, what's being done as a pilot level, which can be scaled up to the global level. I'll give you a small example. About 20, 30 years ago, the government had launched a project on solar cookers. So individual solar cookers were this big. They used to cost at that one time about 300 rupees, say about $40 or so. And the cooking was delicious, zero cost. Unfortunately, over the years, now that's got lost. And now, the other day I went around looking for a solar cooker, but I couldn't find one in the market. So, if we have a good knowledge base of what are the good technologies available, what can be scaled up, what is environment friendly, evolve good models, and I'm sure, Woxsen University is one of the prime centers which can do that. Opportunities in SDGs, I'm sure it will lead to a happier society, a wealthier society, and with long sustainable achievements.
Sure. So I'll give another example from Sasin on something that we try. So when our students start out in the program, they engage in what's called an action learning lab. And this is an opportunity to get directly involved on a real world problem, working with an alumni organization on an issue that organization is actually trying to solve. So one of those that was dealt with this last year looked at the complicated river system in Bangkok, which uses boats of various kinds of I suppose, sustainability. And the question was, how could that particular company possibly move away from the very polluting gas-powered boats that have all sorts of problems associated with them into more sustainable high-tech boats, given the costs and the difficulties of boarding and disembarking and things like this. So what the students get to do is they really get to understand what are the issues at stake in terms of the SDG context, but then what are the practical realities on the ground that have to be considered if a sustainable solution is going to be achieved. And what's nice is that in the end, they do present these ideas back to the alumni, and the alumni, kind of in American Idol style, tell them exactly how they did and why those ideas would or would not work. So whether or not that idea is implemented, and some of them are, they get the chance to see what it looks like from start to finish.
Thank you so much. And this is, as Dr. Raul was saying, the idea of these competitions and bringing your ideas forward for the feedback, Shark Tank kind of Dragon's Den, I think it's called in UK. Thank you so much. Speaking of Dr. Raul, I understand you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I'm audible. Now my question is, coming a bit out of the diplomatic approach, which you are all taking, which is great, because it's a panel. Now, the SDGs are way too many. It is hardly a plan. It's more like a dream. Now, most of the individuals who will work in those SDGs will probably not be there to see it, see the outcome. Now, how do you ensure that the current generation, as well as ourselves and others, do make sure that there is a consistency? Now, Glenn, you come from a sociology background, Drew comes from psychology background. You both have served or are serving people currently, directly or indirectly. So you're dealing with humans. How do you ensure that the outcome will be there? Because the goals are way too many. Right now, it's not a plan, that is for sure. And certainly there is no strategy. It's just shooting blinds in the darkness. How do you solve that? And especially, how do you train students to solve that? I put you in a tight spot, I know that, but please go ahead.
Well, I completely agree with you that it's a huge laundry list, and for a student to be able to see it in his or her own lifetime, would be asking for too much and too ambitious. However, if many of these SDGs are such that they are quantifiable, and these quantifiable changes and trends can be seen over time. For example, number of people below the poverty line. Now, 5 years down the line, you can see what's happening. And you can see a trend of what's happening. Hunger, for example. Nutrition levels at different... So, although I agree, and things like climate change, of course, maybe our grandchildren might be able to see something, and if you believe a Hindu system of living that you get reborn, you might see it on your rebirth. But of course, climate change implications, what's been done good, what's not been done good, what's bad, of course, that would not be available for us to see. And even there, the research, of course, the research itself is very diversified. And many times, contradictory, you're not very sure exactly what is being said, who's behind it, what interest is behind it. There's so many geopolitical interests behind research today that these long-term goals where it's impossible to identify what will happen in 10 years, I completely agree with you. It's a Pandora's box. But if we concentrate on things which affect people directly, which is there, like poverty, hunger, education, wellness, many of these are quantifiable and measurable. There are smart indicators to see where you're going. And perhaps if we concentrate there, the gains will be a lot more than other areas which are subject to a lot of political tickling. Like, for example, even today, the issue of coal, it's so political. You don't know what the research is saying. So selectivity in that laundry list would probably be productive and be a better motivator.
So from a quality education, if that's the sustainable goal we look at, I know there is a lot of work that's happening, not from my company only, but just overall. In that sense, we are also even the government India is putting in so much effort in terms of digital universities and getting a lot of, getting some barriers out of the way to ensure that learning is equitable and accessible to all. So if these steps are taken consistently, and honestly, then I do see that, with proper assessments in line as well to truly understand that the learning outcomes have been, reached, then this is something that, when done over time, it will lead to some improvements overall.
Sure. So we just completed the Social Progress Index in Thailand, which looks at non-economic indicators of progress throughout the different parts of Thailand. And in doing this, we had to collect information from all of the different local government centers across all the provinces, which is a huge, huge task, I'm sure you can imagine. When I got in and looked at the data, coming into Sasin a bit late, I looked at that. I had some problems with it because I thought I'm not quite sure that we're actually measuring what we think that we're measuring. And we were very hesitant initially to present our findings to the wider academic community because we thought that we might be criticized, rightly so, for some of the data that we were presenting. And what we thought in the end was actually that limitation was a success. I think we need to start small with what's available and what's accessible now, document, as was mentioned, and then present the ideas with opportunities for improvement. So when we did finally present in the end, we came up with a plan as well of how we thought certain indices could be improved in the future, and that's what we're now working on. But we had to take that initial step. We had to get our hands dirty and show that we were committed to the issue, and then improve and iterate from there.
Thank you so much. And keep in mind, the Sustainable Development Goals are for everybody, so they must be able to be understood by school children as well. So we picked some basic measures that are tied into many complicated measures, right? And so there's a Sustainable Development Support Network, which engages educational institutions at all levels. So I said I was going to get to some students. Any questions back here? Question. I'll be right back.
Do you think sticking to roots, primitive roots, can actually help us attain this sustainable development in a more faster pace? Do you think sticking to our roots will make us attain this sustainable development in a more faster pace?
You know, that's you know, what you have raised is a very important issue. I was having a discussion once with a lady who's very deeply involved with waste management and so on. And, you know, wet waste, dry waste, separation, this, that, etc. So I just put a question to her. Or, you know, people, when it's very cold, they burn wood, tires in the open, causing a lot of pollution and undesired gases in the environment. So she said it's very wrong. So now the issue is, you know, a person who does not know where his or her next meal will come from, to tell that person about climate change, you know, doesn't make sense. For these people, perhaps if you dig into the roots and bring examples from mythology, religion, belief systems. You know, for example, many religions, they, you know, you believe that this air, water, sunshine, it sustains your life, okay? And so, and they're called, you know, wind god, water god, rain god, cloud god, and so on. So if you dig into the roots and perhaps build some stories around that and try to motivate people, you might make better achievements than talking in very technical terms. And I'll just give you one example here. In Gujarat, Gujaratis are mostly vegetarian. Now, these whales would come to the shore and the children would just stone them and kill them for no reason because they're not consuming the meat anyway. And it was a huge problem. And, you know, one of the, Murari Bapu is one of the saints. Now, he launched a movement there that, look, this whale is your aunt. She's like a sister to your mother. Now, that language people understood. And you know, this huge menace along the coast of Gujarat stopped completely. So you're right, if you dig into roots, perhaps the messages can be stronger, more meaningful, better understood than coming into very technical terms and making huge policy decisions.
I personally think there's a conflict of interests in the curriculum that students are being taught. So we have been taught about SDGs since we were in grade 4 or 5. This is all good, but when it comes to business management, when we look at any subjects that we are being taught, businesses need profits in order to survive. And profits are like food for business. If you don't have food to eat, then how are you going to survive? So I think that business leaders, maybe big companies like Coca-Cola, because they have gotten into a stage where they can burn out on their profits in order to implement sustainability. But when it comes to small businesses and developing businesses, we are talking about the food and livelihood. So I think this is one of the main barriers. Focus on profits that is preventing businesses to implement SDGs. They want to implement, but profits is what is holding them behind from implementing sustainability goals.
So, you know, the question is really this, that the business is focused on making profits. Now, if they're focused on making profits, how do you expect them to serve these SDGs? Now, within the profit-making paradigm, and what I was referring to earlier, this was Professor C.K. Prahlad. He was my teacher, I could recollect his name. So he talked of the profit at the bottom of the pyramid. People ignore that. The Dibbawalas is a huge example that's given there. So there is, by sheer volume, there's a lot of money in people who are extremely poor. You create products for them. Their volume will ensure that you get profits, that's one, but that's the one aspect of it. Within the profit-making paradigm, the other is that you would have, in India at least, you know that the government has mandated that 2% of a company's profits, they have to be spent on corporate social responsibility. Yeah, by law, yeah. I mean, you have to do it. Now, 2% of a company's profit is a huge amount. You'd be amazed. The public sector companies alone, they made 64,000 crores. 2% of that is a huge amount. So a lot of these SDG-related work can be done from that 2%. The problem is to channelize it properly and ensure there's some good governance in spending that money. So it's not, you're not entirely wrong, but there are ways of making the two meet.
I'd just like to add one point here. Given the fact that we're standing in 2022, 23, and understanding, the challenges that will pose in front of you, young business leaders, I think there is higher chance of, young students to look at, working towards building something for the planet than only looking at profit. I think your bottom line would be a triple bottom line where you're looking at people, planets, and profit together. That would be the goal going forward, and business schools, should be working towards, this kind of a narrative for students.
All right. Okay, my name is Shabir. Greetings and Hare Krishna to the entire panel and ladies and gentlemen. So, sustainability is a very broader term. Now, when we talk about sustainability, does the panel agree that we are talking about Mother Nature in general? We're talking about Mother Nature in general. That involves spiritual upliftment, social responsibility, and professional responsibility as well. See, it's a combination of professionalism, spiritualism, and your actions for the Mother Nature. If you're not taking care of your mother, you won't get taken care as well. It's karma. It's karmic cycle. See, I'm saying this because I'm a diplomat in a climate change organization linked to the United Nations back in New York. So I'll cut short. We need to go for lunch. Thanks, Glenn.
Yes? Yes, you all agree with what you're saying?
So I like that you were able to describe the SDGs and the purpose of them in a way which makes sense to you. And I think that's what has to be done, is that people need to be able to understand, as was mentioned before, these concepts through their own roots, through their own cultures, through their own backgrounds. And when we speak to different stakeholders, that's how we have to speak to them, right? We don't do top-down presentations of our interpretation, but we instead understand what they care about, what they want, and we ask them to focus on those things.
Well, we are at the end of our time. To extend this would be wonderful. However, it would stand between those people who are looking for some food and nourishment, the lower side of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that we can come back and have more mental discussions, emotional discussions from the heart after lunch. My word is hope. SDGs, hope. Okay, maybe I live in the Middle East, so I have the word inshallah, God willing, okay? We have these challenges, we are here, and God willing, we will pass this world on to a better place, a better place to the next generation, and the next generation coming up will pass it on as an even better place. Okay, I just want to take a moment to thank my panelists, Dr. Drew, Ms. Tanya, and Sri Ranjan, for your time and your things, and thank you to everybody.
Well, I think they deserve a bigger round of applause for the engagement that this panel has had with the audience in terms of, Glenn, your efforts to going and speaking with the audience themselves, taking responses. I think that's commendable. We thank you so much. And thank you, Tanya, thank you, Sri Ranjan Dwivedi ji, and Dr. Drew, for your insights on how do we embrace this sustainability and embed this in our academic curriculum specifically. Thank you so much once again. With this, we have come to the end of the first half of the Executive Council Forum Day 1, and we will now break for lunch, which is at the Blue Embers. So you will have to proceed block. Right outside the admin block, you have the cars waiting to receive the restaurant where the lunch has been arranged for all of us. I would request all the guests to move towards the admin block. We will come back for the session to begin at 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. guests. Thank you so much. segment of the day one of the conference. We welcome you to the Executive Council Forum 2022, presented by Woxsen University, brought to you in association with ETS India, Coursera, and GBSN, the Global Business School Network. We proceed with the next panel discussion, which is From Narrative to Action, International Accreditations and Assurance of Learning. If you look at international accreditations, they are focused on maintaining the highest quality standards in higher education, not just in specific regions, but across the world. To be specific, in the business schools, there are accreditation bodies like AACSB, EQUIS, and AMBA, which comprises of the Triple Crown accreditation for any institution in the world. We at Woxsen are also striving to be a Triple Crown accredited institution in the next 5 years down the line. To begin with, I would like to welcome the moderator for the panel, Dr. Uma P. Jayadev, Program Director, MBA General Program, School of Business, Woxsen University. Dr. Uma did her MBA in Marketing and then PhD in Management Sciences. Her specialization includes consumer behavior, advertising and brand management, digital and social media marketing, marketing matrix, and research areas include consumer reactance, mindful consumption, online advertising, and branding, amongst others. Thank you so much, Dr. Uma, for joining us. I'd like to welcome the first panel speaker, Dr. Evgenia Pashkevich, Associate Dean, International Accreditations, IBS Moscow Business School. Dr. Pashkevich has an experience of more than 15 years in higher education. Prior to IBS Moscow, Dr. Pashkevich was appointed as Director of International Programs at IBS, Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, in short, RANEPA. Thank you so much, Dr. Pashkevich, for joining us. And I would also like to welcome Dr. Prasad Padmanabhan, Professor at St. Mary's University, United States. He's a prolific researcher, and Dr. Padmanabhan has published over more than 30 articles in several prominent professional and academic journals, including International Business Review, Journal of International Business Studies, Management International Review, and much more. He's also the Global Associate Editor for the Journal of Information Technology Care and Applications Research. He is also our Honorable Chair Professor at Woxsen University, and we are very happy to set up a chair in honor of the academic journey of Dr. Padmanabhan. And very shortly this evening, we will also have the opening of the Finance Studio, the launch of the Finance Studio, named in honor of Dr. Prasad. So thank you so much, Dr. Prasad, for joining us at the panel. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Uma Jayadev for taking the lead in the panel. And just to be mindful on the time, we'll have 40 minutes. And over to you.
Hello. Yes. Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you so much. So it's a great privilege to be in this august gathering, and people, eminent people, both from the industry as well as the academia. And Chahat has already given an introduction to both our panelists today. So the topic that we're going to be discussing is about international accreditations and assurance of learning. And I do understand that all of you have had lunch and have come here post-lunch. First of all, the topic is a little bit heavy, and second of all, post-lunch sessions, you're bound to be sleepy. But the onus is on the moderator as well as the panelists to make this session as interesting as possible. So I have some goodies here, right? So relevant, useful questions to the panelists. People who ask from the audience will be given those goodies. They may not be great goodies, but then goodies are goodies at the end of the day. So let's begin. I would first like to address my question to both the panelists. Of course, Dr. Prasad has been in India, but has been living in the US for a long time, or for that matter in North America. And Dr. Pashkovich is coming from Russia. I would like to ask both of them that every country and the government of those particular countries have their own regulations and accrediting bodies when it comes to maintaining quality and maintaining continuous improvement of education. In that context, what is the relevance and the importance of independent accrediting bodies such as the AACSB or EQUIS, or for that matter, AMBA, is my first question to both the panelists. I now open the floor to the panelists.
All right, thank you for this question. I remember it being first on our list. It's really quite an important question, because certainly in our country, as I think in most other countries, there is the so-called government accreditation, which basically every university or every school that wants to operate and to what degrees has to have. And I would say that this is probably the main difference between the government accreditation and the accreditations from EFMD, ACSB, AMBA, and many other accreditations agencies, is that the government accreditation sets the minimum requirements that have to be met for a school to be able to award degrees. So of course they look at the faculty qualifications, they look at the content, they look at the workload requirements and many other things. But it's not something by which you can determine the quality of an institution, because, like again in Russia, if you are a university or a business school in Russia, you are government accredited. There is no other option. Otherwise, you wouldn't be working there. Now, for students, for applicants, for other stakeholders, it does not say much about the quality of the programs. And this is, I think, the main difference, okay? Because if you look at the criteria, the requirements across all accrediting bodies and government accreditation, they will be pretty much the same. Okay, it's the facilities, it's student services, it's the content of the program, it's the faculty qualifications and the assessment procedures and so on and so forth. But the difference would be in the content, in what's behind that. And this is what international accreditations really give a school. It's like a quality benchmark. And for stakeholders, for students, it's a sign that this school has reached a quality which is above, at least above the average. I'm done.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Dr. Pamix stole my thunder. I have nothing to say. No, the accreditation, international accreditation, it's one of the ways to compete with global competition in the academic area. If you look at what's going on, there are many schools from the US, Europe, establishing branch campuses in other countries, and they're competing with locals. So if one has domestic accreditation but not international, then you kind of have a competitive disadvantage in the global landscape. The programs you have are maybe excellent, but you need to get that brand recognition, to use a marketing term. And that brand recognition is critical because you got, for example, I went to McGill for my PhD. They have a branch campus in Tokyo. And New York University has branch campuses in China. So the question is that if local schools want to compete globally with global schools, accreditation is the minimum requirement. Quality is equal. I don't think there's anything that our local domestic schools have that international schools will somehow have better quality of programs. The thing is, it's a tool to recognize. It's a brand name that establishes it. And I think there are about 5-6%. Very few schools still have that because it's a lot of work to do it. I know. I mean, I lost my hair doing that. And I think, to echo sentiment, it is probably essential today to get an international accreditation as ACSB accredited or EQUIS or whatever that international accreditation is for every school that wants to compete in the global marketplace.
Thank you so much. So my next question could probably be answered even by the dignitaries here, Dan as well as Dr. Sandeep. The question is, what is the approach that different business schools should take to obtain accreditations such as AACSB, Quiz, AMBA? How do you prioritize these accreditations? What are the focus of these accreditations? So I would want my panelists to answer, but before that, I also want the dignitaries to please answer this question.
Really? Okay. You know, I think a good starting point for anything involving accreditation is to really take a good hard look at the school yourself, because they are different and have different strengths that will either align or not align with where the school wants to go. And you know, I don't want this to seem like I'm avoiding the question, but I want to just make one sort of general statement. During the time I worked at AACSB, whenever I came across a school that was interested in pursuing accreditation, and often schools that were already involved, the one thing I would always say is, please make sure that accreditation helps you achieve your vision. Don't let it stand in the way. That's when it works best, right? So when the school clearly knows where it wants to go, and accreditation fits into that journey and even accelerates that journey to the vision, that's when it works. Don't try to change yourself in order to be accredited. Under those conditions, it almost never works. I hope that's helpful. And thanks for putting me on the spot.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Yeah, I don't know if I have much further to add. But in general, I believe that accreditation makes the school better. You know, I think it really does, because I think it creates a discipline and makes the school pay attention to some areas that they would not pay attention to otherwise. So I view it as I think a lot of people are viewing it as a signal of external quality, but I think it also leads to better management practices. And there are some things that faculty will never focus upon, you know, unless there is a pressure of accreditation. So I just think it is really something that helps, that brings best management practices internally. I also think that accreditation connects you to a learning community with the other deans and, you know, leaders in the other schools, which also I think is equally beneficial. So overall, I would absolutely recommend accreditation to, you know, business school in India as a way of, you know, clearly moving to a better, you know, kind of run school in terms of how they're able to articulate their mission and the strategic plan and sort of all their work, but also connects them to a larger international community. Like increasingly, for example, ASCSP schools will only sign MOUs with other ASCSP schools. So if you have internationalization, ambitions, it is certainly helpful to be accredited because they know that, yeah, you're doing some things that they're doing as well. So it kind of equates you to, partners in other institutions. So those are some suggestions. Thank you.
Thanks, both of you, for patiently answering my question. I will now continue my discussion with the panel. So when we're talking about assurance of learning, although the term is specific to AACSB, I'm sure when it comes to continuous improvement, any other accrediting body, be it national or regional or international, will look at student outcomes as one of the important factors in assessing your quality. So what do you have to further tell about ensuring assurance of learning on part of the students? How can business schools, how can faculty teaching business students ensure that learning has taken place, and how do we validate and conclude that, yes, students have learned? How do we do that?
Me? Oh my God, okay. All right, I'm going to go forward because I've been subjected to the pain of filling up assurance of learning results in my courses, and I spent 6 hours last semester because I'm doing 4 learning goals, different learning goals, finance, and I'm filling out forms, and give me a headache. But I think to make the point, you have to define your school. Is it a research school? Is it a teaching school? And once you do that, you have some standard guidelines. ACSB puts out standards that allows you to orient yourself, prepare for the accreditation, and once you've done that, your faculty has to be informed of what the process is. Assurance of learning, what we have done, we have found to be useful in my school, is to have one person in charge. At the end of the year, he runs around and says, I'm the most hated person on campus because he's trying to force everybody to get the results. Your learning goals falls out of the mission and the vision statements. You have your learning goals, and then you test them. One of the things that we do, and perhaps there are other methods, other ways, is to introduce the learning goal in a class, educate the students on learning goals in a separate class, and a third class to measure what they have done. Can use external measures. We use the MFAT for many finance languages, not languages, finance, marketing, stuff like that, and then see how they did. Or we can administer tests inside the campus, inside the courses embedded, and sometimes where the materials are introduced and where they're measured is one and the same course. So it's a lot of work for the director, but it's very useful because it allows us to find out where we are deficient, which areas students are not doing well. Give you an example. I teach international finance. But unfortunately, not every student takes international finance. Your finance major, IB major, but then when they do the MFATs, the testing, the one thing that came out was that the international finance area, a lot of students didn't do well. And then we went back and said, how come students are not doing well in international finance? And looked at me. Are you a lousy teacher? No. What happened was that a lot of students weren't getting it because they didn't take the class. They didn't take my class. So we had to change it and introduce that content in a finance class that everybody takes. So that's part of the continuous improvement. The other problem, I'm sorry, okay. The other problem is that we have to designate the bar, 70% acceptance. If you're above 70, you're okay. But what happens if you have 4 years of above 70 and you've met the bar, 70% of the students pass? Then should you change the bar or should you add another learning goal? That's a conundrum that people will have to decide among themselves. Sometimes changing the bar means you have higher standards, which means you might go back to the 60s instead of the 70s. That's the problem we have. And the other part is how often do you raise the bar? And maybe you want to test a different learning goal on top of the other ones you already done. And so the ACSB had introduced a new regulation that says indirect measures are important. And if you do direct measures, which is testing in the classroom, external exams, you might want to survey the industry to see how well your students are received in terms of their knowledge, and use that as a second measure. We are having difficulty with that, but we are trying to do that. And now ACSB has these societal improvement measures and new standards. What's your impact to society? How do you measure it? How do you, continuous improvement process implies that you take all these into account, and then you update your syllabus to reflect these changes. And then once you do that, make sure it ties in with the mission and the vision, and then keep going through the loop. I think I spoke too much.
I'll just take the mic. Thank you. So, you know, when you said that the person who is in charge of assurance of learning is the most hated person on campus, so this is me. And I know very well the feeling because, you know, I was and still am responsible for this particular area. And I could talk maybe for hours about, you know, the rubrics and how we calculate the percentages and continuous improvement and everything, and we'll probably come to some of that later in the discussion. But what I wanted to start with is the evolution of the approach to assurance of learning within ACSB. As many of you probably know, until 2013, ACSB was not requiring direct assessment. That is course-embedded assessment, and indirect assessment, in fact, could be used. This is the employers' opinions and things like this. And then in 2013, they came up with this more formalized idea of assurance of learning, where you have to have goals, objectives, rubrics to assess the students in terms of each of the objective, and so on and so forth. And of course, schools who were looking for accreditation, they tried to comply with the requirements. So within almost 10 years, I think, of schools doing that, for some schools, it became so much of an effort that they actually created departments of assurance of learning where a dozen people would work. Because if you have a dozen programs, and maybe even more, you know, and you have to assess every learning objective, every learning goal, then it really takes a lot of stuff, you know, to do that, to involve the faculty. And this is the first and very important step, because faculty are normally not very enthusiastic about it. And then all the calculations, and then you have to close the loop, and it's really a lot of work. And we took this path, okay? We were, at that time, we started our ACSB journey in 2014. This is where the 2013 standards just came into force. And we built this assurance of learning system from scratch. And it was a great, nice assurance of learning system, very elaborate. When the peer review team came to our school and they looked at that and they said, could you make it a little simpler? We don't think that you need all that. And what happens, I think the feedback from many schools reached ACSB, and the new standards, 2020, ACSB standards, again, in a way, came back to standards before 2013, and indirect assessment is, again, allowed. So direct assessment is encouraged, it's good if you have it, but it's not like 100% necessary in all the instances. And I think it's actually better, because there are things that you cannot measure, but they are very important. For example, we talk about ethics and ethical behavior, okay? So you can measure it in a rubric that students understand the ethical consequences of their management decisions and so on and so forth. But it's not behavioral, it's only knowledge. We do not know how they will behave when they actually become managers. So we can probably assess it following their career over a dozen years, making sure no one goes to jail for corruption or something like this, but that's not feasible. So there are very many important things. They cannot be measured by direct assessment. So I've spoken too long, I think.
Yes. Without looking at accreditation as a big picture, if you were to look at us as individual teachers or faculty teaching higher education, how do you circumvent the challenges that are posed by measuring student outcomes or assurance of learning from as individuals, as individual faculty? What do you do? Because one, of course, you have the program learning goals, and then you have to map it with your course learning outcomes and so on and so forth. But in the classroom, when you get in front of the students and you are a subject matter expert, so to say, who have your own goals as to what you want to do in class. How do you align an individual faculty's goal with the program goal and thereby ensure that the school as a whole is consistent with what we want to do in terms of student outcomes? So how do you, I'm sure my question is a bit elaborate, but I know you got the point, so please, I would like to hear your views on that.
Oh, well, that's a tough question. One of the temptations when you have these goals that everybody's directors, AOL directors, going to say, you got to do this, learning goals taught in your class and measured in your class, then you shouldn't, but you try to orient your education to meet the goals, meet the test, do the things to do the test. And that's a temptation that one should avoid. And the way I have handled it is I do what I have to do. I don't really worry about the goals, learning goals that you're talking about. And it happens, Otherwise, I get fired. No, I'm just kidding. The idea is that you faculty must be aware of what needs to be done. And if you teach your class, generally it is covered. And you don't have a goal that says you're going to be, very micromanage the goals. I mean, a lot of the goals, how you develop it is very important. You don't want to make it too narrow that unless you do that, you're dead. So you make it broad enough and accommodating enough so that the goals can be covered. So I do what I have to do. I mean, I don't look at the goals, and if something happens, I change it next time. I'm going to add something else. So the continuous improvement process brings into play.
I'll just add a few words, and thank you for this. Yes, I think it's very important if you don't have the goals and objectives yet. I'm sure every school has, but they're not just always formulated. But then when you start the accreditation journey, you have to formulate them properly so that everybody can see what they are. And it's very important not to devise some goals that just sound nice and that are trendy. And what we did, because then it may be controversial to what you're actually doing. So what we did, we looked at our graduate profile, what we want our students to be, what kind of students we are preparing. And then we kind of describe this profile, and these are our goals. So that was pretty easy, basically. And of course, say implicitly all faculty members, of course, knew and understood that, but they just took some time to make it more explicit to them and to present the goals and objectives to them, and so that many of them could see that they were doing it anyway. It's just now being a little bit more formal and is now being assessed.
Yeah, one of the things we have found to be useful is tell them if you oral communication, written communication, and you try to measure their skill set on those counts, we make the rubrics available to them. Here's how you're going to be measured. And when you do that, the students do better because they're kind of orienting their presentations, communication through using the rubrics, and that improves their learning because rubrics are there for a reason, to improve the quality of students. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Yeah. So as you were talking about rubrics, my next question is related to rubrics. I was going to ask, how can we make the measurement of student outcomes more objective? And of course, the rubrics are one way to do that. So how, apart from rubrics, what are the other instruments that we can use to measure student outcomes more objectively? I would also like you to throw some light on how do you construct or design rubrics? Can it be done at the course level, or do you think it can be done, it is better left done at the program level?
Well, as for the rubrics, I think, and as you rightly mentioned, the most important thing is to make the right rubrics, because sometimes you can be measuring something which is not the main thing, which cannot be measured properly, and then faculty will come up with arbitrary results. So basically, they will think, well, that student's, what he's written makes sense, so I'll give him a plus whatever. So it's very important. I think it should take a lot of time and a lot of effort, joint effort of the faculty, so that it's not just one faculty member. I'm not even talking about administrators. It should be the faculty who do this, who work on the rubrics. They shouldn't be very narrow, as you said. They shouldn't be, I would say, maybe very specific when you just measure just one very narrow scale or something. But also regarding the question where the assessment should be actually performed, should it be course embedded or something? From our experience, and I think maybe for the future we'll be sticking to that, course embedded assessment is okay, but it's done by one faculty member, and it's not interdisciplinary. It's very important nowadays to assess the student skills in an interdisciplinary context. So we were doing a lot of assessment based on the bachelor or master thesis, when students have to demonstrate the interdisciplinary approach, as well as issues related to responsibility and sustainability. A section or a paragraph on that is compulsory, so they have to do that as well. But maybe the best way actually to assess what students have learned is something like a multidisciplinary project, especially if it's company-based. So I know it's a kind of complicated, but if the students can be observed in a real setting by company representatives and by faculty members when they are doing the project, that could really provide a more comprehensive and a more objective assessment.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. I have a couple of things to add to that, and I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, that the oral communication, written communication, rubrics are very useful. I don't know what rubrics you're going to have for finance. You know, it's right or wrong. I mean, I'm not sure that goes, lends itself to rubric development. What she mentioned, that's very important, and I think when you start out, all of the AOL process, the learning goal development must be initiated by faculty. You can't have top-down management and say, this is what you do. Faculty-led initiative. So what we do is sit once or twice a semester and look at all the results that come out of the testing AOL process and say what is deficient, and we can collectively decide what remedies should be done, etc. And that's amenable for a smaller faculty, smaller school. In big schools, that could be a problem. So the problem we have is that we have maybe an MBA class, for example, in finance. I'm just using that as an example. We have multiple different faculty teaching the class, and there's maybe a difference in it's not apples to apples. One person's orientation may be different than somebody else's, and so the toughest time we have trying to communicate the learning goals for the new faculty coming in who has no idea what rubrics are. So that's our problem. And being a small school, that can lead to issues. So we haven't really firmed up the process of how we do that, except to say, here's the learning goal, you have to teach this, and they may get it, they may not get it. So when you try to have two people teaching, one established, one not so well established, try to merge the results, there could be variation. And that's how we found.
Of course, I had many discussion points to go, but when we are short of time, so I will put forth my last question to you. Now, when we're talking about assurance of learning, you have the institute per se, but then you also have the stakeholders, such as your recruiters, the larger community, the government, and so on. How do we align our goals, that is our learning goals, in a way that it balances all the stakeholders connected to an educational institute, and where does AOL fit in there? So that would be my last question.
Okay, I can answer that because I tend to forget quickly. No. We have stakeholders. We have ACES board. We have a business council. We meets twice a year, maybe twice a semester, Fridays, and we ask them what is it that we should be looking at ahead. In fact, many of our programs, business analytics and accounting programs, got developed because of our interaction with the external business world. So they tell us, we need people with this is the future. And so it is very important to have external input into the process. And then we ask them questions like, hey, we have a problem. Our students are not meeting this learning goal. What do we do? And they give us feedback. We also have our employers. We have a career center that sends out questionnaires to our employers and ask them, what is it that our students are good at? What is it that they're not good at? And we use that feedback as an indirect measure to try to improve our program. So all of this is good, and it's very important because it's not just, ASCSB has continuous improvement too. That's different standards. They come up with different things, and that's good. We should have continuous improvement. And you can't have improvement if you're in a cocoon doing your own thing without looking at what the stakeholders want. You got to, believe me, San Antonio, there's a lot of competition. Different schools vying for the same group of people. So it is challenging, but it's very, very important that you do that.
Okay, thank you. So when we talk about stakeholders, I think in our case, and not only in our case, in everybody's case, we should also remember about the regulatory bodies, not only the accreditation agencies that are kind of optional, but also, like, for example, we have federal educational standards that all institutions have to follow. Otherwise you won't be able to award degrees. Fortunately, there is some flexibility in them, so some things cannot be changed and students have to be taught certain things. But there is a lot of flexibility. Let's say 40% of the curriculum can be done or designed according to the school's decision. And of course, it's up to the school then to decide what say the stakeholders have. And the stakeholders are many, and then accreditation agencies would be one. And then there's, of course, the students themselves and the employers, and more and more now the larger society. And we see that in all the accreditation standards. It's societal impact in ASSB, it's ethics, sustainability, responsibility in ACWIS, and it's sustainable development goals in the new BJA accreditation developed by EMBA, or jointly with EMBA. So what we do to gather opinions, well, of course, with accreditation agencies, it's simple. We know what they want from their documents. But we also have like advisory boards, which is comprised of industry representatives. Our alumni, that's very important because those are people who studied with us. They know how we work. And when they go out into the world and start working, they understand what they are lacking, what they should have been taught, but were not when they were students. And we also, strangely, sometimes invite student parents when we talk about undergraduate students, because in our country, students start their bachelor degrees sometimes when they're 17. So they're basically still underage. So it's important what their parents think as well. And of course, representatives of the student council. And I would say that it's not easy, but it's not impossible to take into account the interests of all the stakeholders, as long as there is some flexibility in the design of the program.
So, excuse me. So thank you very much, Dr. Prasad and Dr. Paskovich, for sharing your insights. That is so very important as we've begun our accreditation journey for the larger audience as well. I will now open the floor for some questions from the audience, quickly, maybe next 5 minutes. So please raise your hands, the mics will come to you, and you can pose your questions to the panelists, as well as any of the dignitaries that you think would be able to answer. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Abhishek, and my question is, well, let me give you a premise. So I understand that an institution or a university needs to meet certain guidelines, regulations, norms to get these accreditations. For example, if there is a great initiative that a university is planning to start, but it thinks, okay, if I do this, I might lose a few points on the accreditation part. So doesn't the road for getting accreditation curtail a university's creativity or table a lot of great ideas?
Well, yes, thank you for the question. It's actually a very big discussion point. Okay, and I think especially in ASSB where inspiration, engagement, creativity is one of the underlying standards, so to say. It has been discussed very often that don't be afraid to be creative. Even if you fail, it still shows that you've tried to do something. So when you're trying to do new things, when you're trying to do something creative, if you fail, it's still a result, and you cannot be taking points off if that happens. Of course, it depends to what degree you do this. If you're being constantly creative and failing 90% of the time, then maybe you should be a little less creative. But I think most accreditation agencies are quite understanding in this respect, and that they, in fact, encourage very much creativity.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that. ACSB or any accreditation body doesn't require it to be perfect. It requires you to provide a basis for continuous improvement. And in my view, what ACSB done for us is to make us more efficient. And when you have more efficient, you're able to do things that you might not have thought that you could do before, except that it's recorded. Now, for example, societal impact. Now, that provides a service for students because you have to measure, do the societal impact, measure it, so students can do community service. But then it also provides the impetus for faculty to write a paper on that. And so you kind of channel a lot of activity in a more efficient way. So it doesn't throttle innovation. It doesn't say you have to get it right. It says continuous improvement. Where's the evidence? Show us the evidence. And that works.
Thank you and good afternoon to all the respected panelists here. And my question is, how are staff or the faculties evaluated by the accreditation team, and how curriculum plays an important role during the process of accreditation?
Okay, I'm not sure I got the question right, but I'll try to answer it anyway. So faculty performance is supposed to be assessed quite formally in some cases. And I think this is, well, for us, was one of the things why accreditation was good to us, okay? So we have faculty assessment, faculty performance assessment, of course, and that's a requirement, but that was kind of a little bit without real content, so to say. So the faculty were given points on quite formal basis. For example, service was never taken into account. It was just teaching and research, and all other important things were not really taken into account. And I think all accreditation standards of all leading accreditation agencies call for a more comprehensive faculty performance assessment or evaluation would be a better word. So that's actually benefits the school when they start the accreditation.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think what ACSB requires schools to do is to have a faculty development plan, and that should be initiated by the faculty, not by the deans. Sorry. So when you do that, it is laid out. You know, if you do this many papers, you get this points, and if you do that many papers, you teach well, you get this points. Your service points. That can give you raises. It can also give you tenure, etc., promotion. But each school should really do their own basis for evaluating faculty performance. But the ACSB doesn't say faculty shall be doing this and this and that. That's up to the school. But what they want is a plan, a transparent plan developed by faculty that measures performance by faculty in a formal way. That's it.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Uma, Dr. Pashkevich, and Dr. Prasad for your insights on the accreditation and the assurance of learning. I think we've got a sense of what these accreditation bodies talk about in order to bring the best in higher education, and some interesting questions, not just from academics, but also from the students sitting in the audience. So with that, we move on to the next segment, which is a fireside chat on the future of journals. I would like to welcome the moderator for this fireside chat, Dr. Subhendu Patnaik. Dr. Patnaik is the chair of the Center for Management Research, School of Business, and is currently holding the chair professorship, Sir Cary Cooper Professor of Organizational Psychology at Woxsen University. He earned his MBA degree at Cardiff University in the UK with an industry experience of more than 15 years and teaching experience of close to 5 years. He received PhD in Psychological Capital, PsyCap, and he has published papers in ABDCA and ABS 3 ranked journals with the first authorship. His views, publication as an output of quality and impactful research. We're very happy to have you, Dr. Subhendu. With that, we'd like to welcome the guest, Dr. GVRK Acharyalu, the professor from the Central University of Hyderabad. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Acharyalu is the Vice President of ISDSI and has worked as engineer in Sponge Iron India Limited in raw materials, production, operations, and marketing divisions, and has taken a shift from industry to academia after acquiring an MBA in marketing and finance. Dr. Acharyalu has published books on research methodology, supply chain management, marketing research, and pharmacy administration. His edited books on quality management, supply chain management, and healthcare management. We welcome both of you, and over to Dr. Subhendu Patnaik to lead this conversation.
Good afternoon. I'm indeed very glad for your kind introduction for both of us. Here in this quick session, we intend to deliberate on the overall ecosystem of the country. And since Professor Acharyulu comes from Central University of Rajasthan, Central University of Hyderabad, which is one of the top-ranking universities in the country, we will definitely get good insights on the overall ecosystem of research in the country. To start with, I've jotted down a few questions, and which I think he will give more insights on as we pass on with our discussion. Professor Acharyulu, you have got industry experience, and you are also into academia, and you are into a very leading university in the country, which is not only teaching-led, and it has got good research standing. So within that ambit, and you come across a lot of meetings, you attend a lot of seminars, you are a part of a lot of panels for which represents the government of India as well. So within that context, what is in your view on the state of management research in the country?
Thank you, Subin. So very good afternoon to all of you, and nice to see the great gathering here, eminent personalities from industry and academia, and very happy to be a part of this academic session. And regarding the question asked by Subhendra, the management research is now going leaps and bounds, and the importance of management research is really growing. And also, in the current situation, the management research is the post-pandemic situation, if you see, COVID-19. So a lot of research has been happened, and in the field of psychology, in the field of biotechnology, in the field of vaccine, a lot of areas in cross-functional areas and all these things. But here, there are a lot of scope for the management research, and the scientists have really done a great thing on developing new molecules, vaccines, and also in the social sciences, particularly the behavioral aspects, how the stress levels happened during this pandemic, and how the academic higher education institutions really suffered, and a lot of things happened. And in this situation, what happens is there is a lot of encouragement for the management research, publishing in different quality journals from the UGC and Government of India, and the researchers really, they can go forward to take up quality journals like Scopus-based index journals, and they can take up in Australian Business ABDC journals, A-star journals. And actually what happens is the research is, in my point of view, in future the research has to be done in terms of collaborative research, and also a lot of industry participation is required. That is slowly coming up, but still we have to focus on the industry participation, and also the research, whatever research that is done, so that has to be internationalized. So a lot of international partners should be invited, and say a collaborative research should be done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your very useful insights. May I ask you a very candid question? What are our stumbling blocks which innovates in creating a global research ecosystem from the perspective of government-led universities and from the private sector?
So here the
few important stumbling blocks.
Yeah. The major stumbling block is funding agency. So who is going to fund? And it should be encouraged from all the stakeholders, and from the government, and also universities and private organizations to come up with, to support the researchers and to take it to the global level. That is one important aspect. And also most of the research areas that is happening at the basic level, but the research has to be done the application level, industry oriented and also society problems, and it should be a problem solution oriented. Identification of problem and also finding a solution, and that has to be in a very systematic way and has to be taken forward, and definitely should be more of attractive to the internationalization. That's very important from my view.
Thank you. See, we have been deliberating here for a while in terms of overall research ecosystem and the macro variables which impacts research output and research policies. But may I ask you, in the training front, how have we progressed in terms of creating good PhDs, in terms of creating or developing the right kind of approaches for training our future scholars? What have we done and what are the problems?
So regarding this training future scholars, they should be a systematic orientation program should be there in such a way that so they should be given initially what are the different inputs that are required, that the basic inputs are required that we have to give, like academic writing and the tools that are required for the research, technological oriented, and also they should be thinking. We should have to develop the scholars in terms of how do they think in a innovatively and systematic manner, and to understand the problem, and also the research should be in the form of inclusive. It's not that only doing research in a particular area, but how do we look at other functional areas and to do a collaborative research, and how do we, the researchers should be exposed to different research tools. That's very important. And now he should be a program oriented, and he should be sensitized in the sense such a way that he should be doing a kind of good work, and also he should be given initially review of literature, sequentially review of literature, then identifying the problem, and then how do we go about the questionnaire designs, primary research, secondary research, and then how do they develop different kinds of models, then how do they go for analysis, all these things. And also there should be implications for the society also at the same time.
Okay, thank you. If we look into our journal publications and our PhD thesis, which is stored in repositories, and I have had a quick skim over all those, but I could see most of them are replicative in nature, as in most of the ideas are borrowed and they try to test it in indigenous settings. So how do we transit from a borrowed framework to a original framework of research, since we have been independent since about 70 years now? So what is the road ahead of creating our own original thoughts in creating paradigms for research?
Yeah, that is what actually the originality of the research is missing most of the times, but they are going to borrow different ideas in earlier research and they are continuing, but there is no innovation that is happening. But we have to, the research supervisor, and also we have to create an environment for the researchers to see that how we can think out of box. That's very important. So what happens is there will be just simply some research has been done earlier and then that is carry forward to do something, and same thing is repeating in the different context. So these things are happening. But actually as a supervisor, research supervisor, you have to see that how do we look at innovatively. Suppose if you say most of the researchers will be doing mediation, moderation and other techniques, but it is not that always. Sometimes the researchers are using tools and techniques, models which are already used. But those models are really applicable to this particular kind of data, or what kind of new methods that you can look at. These things are going to be important, and so you should be the research scholar should be well trained in terms of all the tools, appropriate tools, and in what context they have to use. It is not that earlier study they have used different tools and techniques and I will be continuing same thing and I will be repeating same thing in different contexts. It's not like that.
Thank you for your insights. Now, with regard to balancing between scholarly research or theoretical research with practice-oriented research, how have we proceeded? How have we gone ahead in terms of bringing it into the curriculum of our management education, in bringing in practice orientation and scholarly orientation? And what's your take on that?
So this is very important, and this is a emerging area, and most of the management institutions, they are going to look at how do they take it forward. This is scholar research, between scholar research and this thing. What is that? You are practice oriented. So coming to the practice oriented, actually, if you see that the scholars or students should be exposed to different kinds of programs like internship program, project works, industry association. So they need to go to the industry and look at the industry environment and observe what is happening there in terms of if it is a supply chain management, if it is a maintenance management, if it is a psychology, if it is stress management, or people who are working in the industry. So you have to observe the phenomena, understand the phenomena, and observe the environment, and then find out what kind of problems they are going to face, and how do you apply your knowledge to find out solution to those problems. That's very important. And coming to the scholarly research, and you have to look at very innovatively. The problem should be looked at very innovatively and see that how do we find out a solution differently. And there should be some kind of originality in your work. That should be done. That's one aspect.
Thank you. Thank you for your valuable.
And also
yes,
one more thing I would like to add. Suppose if you look at the students are exposed to the industry environment and try to look at the problems, practical problems, what they are facing, and try to find out some solutions. So that way you can have industry collaborations and the industry experience bringing into classroom. Even faculty also can be given faculty can also do a industry-oriented research, industry collaborations, so that the problems will be brought into the classroom, so that students will be thinking differently instead of looking at the basic models and other things.
Thank you for your valuable suggestions. And with this, overall, we could understand the overall ecosystem.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Patnaik and Dr. Acharyalu, for your remarks on how do we improve the footprints of research and how do we look at the future of journals going forward. I think an excellent conversation. Some good insights brought forth. With that, before we proceed, I would like to welcome Mr. Vikas Gupta, who has just joined us in this conference. He's the Talent Acquisition Head of the APAC region and the partner at Deloitte India. As we move forward, we move to the next segment. I'd like to welcome the guest of honor, Mr. Vivek Kalia, Head of Business Operations, Airbus India Training Center, who shall be talking to us today on understanding of business dynamics in line with Vision 2035. Well, understanding business dynamics presents strategies for improving the accuracy, the timelines, coverage, and integration of data that are used in constructing aggregate economic statistics, as well as in micro-level analysis across levels. Mr. Vivek Kalia comes with over 25 plus years of professional leadership experience in business operations, business performance, procurement, and HR management. He's responsible for end-to-end Airbus India training operations, flying, maintenance, and drone training across India and South Asia. From the sale of training offerings to revenue generation, KPI monitoring, and business reporting, Mr. Vivek has done it all. And over the last 3 years, through his pragmatic and customer-centric approach, He has scaled up the Airbus training business by over 250% in terms of volume and revenue. Through business cost and process optimization, he has ensured over 20% gross margin year on year over the last 3 years for the Airbus training business. Without further ado, let me welcome Vivek to the dais and to address us this evening. The students, faculty members, and the distinguished fellow speakers and academicians who are presently seated. I think I feel pretty humbled in front of you to be given, first of all, this opportunity to address on one of the quite a relevant subject in today's era, especially when we are in the post-pandemic world we are seeing. A lot of the things which are already my fellow speakers have already shared through their insights. You may find some of them as repetitive, but I will try to fill in the shoes to my best capacity out here. Last time, around 8 months ago, when I addressed some of the students out here, it was about the leadership dynamics. But now, I think I move on and I will be touching upon some insights about the business dynamics which are going to affect going forward, especially in line with the Vision 2035 today. I have read a beautiful quote from Winston Churchill which says, "To improve is to change, and to be perfect is to change often." Now this very quote secondly highlights the necessity of a positive change and a growth mindset to remain relevant not only as individuals but also as organizations. Now the COVID-19 has brought in a lot of paradigm shift in the way we all have conducted business in the past and the way we will conduct business in the future. These 3 years have changed a lot of mindset, not only of the organizations, but the people who lead these organizations. The leaders across the world are taking immense steps, not only to re-energize, but to reconnect with the people whom they lead. Aim is how we can find out different ways to grow our businesses and to keep ourselves relevant. Now, every leader is trying to make their organization future ready and future proof. While no organization has yet cracked the code because the world is evolving at a much faster pace than we can imagine. But the experimentation is underway how to keep the companies future ready. Now, in order to achieve and embrace this change, which is being brought out not only through these situations like pandemics or the geopolitical situations which are ever changing, and the companies have no time to lose in this regard. Now, but the benefit of this change is going to go to the first mover advantage. By seizing the initiative, the companies can rediscover the organization unlocks and create a new system that are anti-fragile, more flexible, more organic, and are more purposeful and simply more connected to the people or the human. The organization and the leaders need to remain adaptive and agile in their future challenges, to these future changes. The organizations will need to be authentic in their approach, in their respective approaches, so that they remain competitive and also they remain adaptive. Now, having set the general tone and the pretext of the talk, in next few minutes I will just share some of the insights which I feel in my limited experience. I will share
what are the few of the dynamics which will facilitate the success in this rapidly evolving professional landscape, which with the long-term vision of 2035. Few things which I'm going to speak on is about the organization culture, the structure, the organization's purpose, the learning mindset, which some of the other professors, Dr. Sandeep also spoke about, investing in the right human talent, and also having a agile and quick decision making, which is there. I think these are no new things, especially to the professionals sitting in front of me. These are no new things, but yes, I would still like to harp upon some of the points which are there. Especially, it may impact the students sitting in the last rows as they move on to their new assignments post their academic degrees. First and foremost, coming to the purpose. The purpose, people long to belong and they want to be part of something which is bigger than themselves. The companies which are fixated only on profits and are not fixated onto the people will lose their ground and will also lose the people whom they are leading. Because people need affiliation, people need social cohesion, people need purpose, and people need meaning to be part of an organization. So any future-ready organization has to accomplish this in the three ways. To get their purpose clear, and how this purpose will create value, and how they are unique as compared to other organizations. Now, to remain distinct from others, you have to create cultures. Now, these top-performing organizations know that the purpose is the differentiating factor and is a must-have. A strong held sense of purpose is a differentiating factor, and it's a unique affirmation of the identity of the organization. And some places, some professionals will call it the why of the work. That is why we do the work. Now, these future-ready organizations recognize that the purpose helps attract people to join the organization, remain there, grow there, and thrive their careers. Even for the investors, they draw the value proposition from the purpose of the organization. This can be achieved by making the purpose of the organization real for the people. It means they align with the purpose which is there. Make the goals which are there much more tangible to the organization. Do not just make it like a statement or just a catchy slogan on the emails. Try to make the goals, try to make what you stand for a little bit more defined for the people so that they can believe in it and then they can work towards it. Thus, investing in companies' identity and the purpose is the key to move forward. Also, it is no new thing. I think COVID has taught us that yes, building a strong technology foundation is one thing which is a very essential thing, which was maybe a nice to have thing a few years earlier. No, it is not a nice to have thing, it's a compulsive necessity to have. Because COVID taught us that all organizations which were still finding their feet and were deciding to become a little bit more adaptive to the technology were left far behind the race as the pandemic hit. And the first mover advantage went to the people who were already investing in the strong technology base. Now, the data is the new currency, we all know. One of the common attributes of this digitally mature and future-ready organization is a data-driven culture or a structure, particularly to deliver experiences which are exceptional. Organizations must tap the benefits of a scalable cloud technology, which is part of the technology of a smart technology culture, and support this through having stable and data-driven policies which are safe and which ensures that the data which pours in much faster is also safe for the people to share. By seizing upon the data's ability to connect and scale, all these companies will be able to develop a new product and the services, and these products will be much faster scalable and will hit the market faster and will produce, at the end of the day, the profits for the companies. Thus, the bottom line remains that in times of crisis, the data business moves fast, the data pours in, and your ability to leverage it quickly is the difference between simply keeping your head above water or excelling at it and thriving the competition. In the morning talk, Dr. Sandeep mentioned, and even Dr. Tharoor mentioned about the learning skills which are there. At a cost of repetitiveness, I'll still harp upon the cognitive and the learning mindset which the individuals need to have. Now, this VUCA world has taught us, not only the leaders, but everyone in the organization needs to demonstrate not only the cognitive skills, but also, as Dr. Sandeep said, the purple skills which are there. Cognitive skills, definitely, because cognitive skills are the ones which are the backbone, especially for the people who are stepping out into the professional world first time. Because your career, your first career move is going to be based on your particular strength, not on your passion. So that is the place where your cognitive skills and your strengths are going to lie, and that is going to give you the first professional break in your careers. And all those people who are definitely are part of their careers has scaled up. For them, I will say, and I'll borrow from Dr. Sandeep, the purple skills or the non-cognitive skills or the soft skills which are there, which are applicable not only to the leaders who are leading the organization, but also the professionals who are going to step up the managerial ladder or the leadership ladder second. So develop a good mix of cognitive skills, because that will what will start to give you the advantage of results. But the non-cognitive skills or the soft skills which we call upon, and which a lot of business schools which are paying a lot of emphasis upon, those are like empathy, teaching about the team building, the communication skills which are there. Investing upon those particular skills is very, very important. If you start imbibing them at this stage and practicing them, I think you will have the advantage over the people who do not practice. Some of them come from the values and the virtues which your schools and your parents would have taught you. But some will come from some of the soft skill lectures which your professors even may give you. And for the leaders, it will come by practicing it, not only while they deal with their respective colleagues or their subordinates or with their superiors. So a good mix is required at both the levels, cognitive and non-cognitive skills. Next one, as I said, is the organization structure. Now, most organizations are hierarchy driven. It's evident. So I'm not against the organization structure or an organization chart. It will exist. But we need to understand that what is this particular organization structure or a chart driving at? Is it still relevant in the organization? If it is relevant, keep it. But more important than keeping it is adapt it. Because it is evident that the present organizations are a set of based on traditional hierarchies which are there. Now these hierarchies existed probably when the first industrial revolution took place. So it was meant to provide clear lines of authority, and those were more top-driven organizations which were there. But now the organizations are much more flatter, if you see, because the leaders do not only go to the N-1s, they go right down to the people who are making those decisions. The leaders are going down to the people who are actually the people who are doing the right impact at moment. And that is what the right way to do is. Well, keep the organization structure which is there, but keep it adaptive, keep it agile, and keep it relevant to your respective organization, not because others have kept it. So the key takeaway is that we shouldn't expect these models to fit the purpose of today's environment. They are a mechanism by design built to solve uniformity, bureaucracy, and control. However, may not be fully aligned with the company's priorities or creativity, speed, and accountability. Thus the answer is not to modify only the old models, but to replace them if required for the sake of organization's progress. Now, as I mentioned earlier about the organization's structure and organization's purpose. However, another clearly distinguishing factor is the organization's culture. I also learned this word about organization culture when I stepped into the corporate world, which is there. It's quite a good buzzword, which is the culture, but it is a very, very strong thing to have, because there are a lot of people who are initiating the entrepreneurship journeys where they are building companies right from the scratch. So building a culture. Now, what does culture means? It is the way we conduct our business. It is the way we make our employees feel. It is the way we interact with, between hierarchies, the way we interact. That is what the culture keeps the people aligned to themselves. It is like a magnet which gets the people back to work the next day. If you do not believe if the organization culture is not aligned to your own purpose, you may not feel like coming back to the organization the next very day, which is there. So it is upon the leaders. This somehow I feel is a top-down approach. This is where it has to start topwards and it has to percolate down. Because that is where people feel that yes, my superiors have probably given me a purpose and have given me the culture where I can probably approach any problem to them, kind of an open door policies which people are adopting nowadays. But it is much more than that. It is the way I think we conduct the things. Pandemic has shown us a lot of things where we have started giving some kind of flexibility to the people to operate. We have created a lot of empathy with regards to how we deal with our employees, not only when the exits were performed during the pandemic, how the companies even performed those particular exits and let go the people also defined the company's culture, which is there. Whether it was just a chop of a blade or it was done with an empathy and a humility, which was there. Next come is investing in right mix of human capital. Now the human factor behind any process or machine is an organization's biggest asset. I think I shared this thought with some of my colleagues whom I shared the morning taxi with. It takes time to groom and nurture human capital irrespective of the phase of an organization it is in. That is a growth phase or a crisis phase. It is critical that we invest wisely in a good mix of talented workforce for our organizations and nurture them with good training and organization values. Once we have hired the right mix of human talent, it is time to nurture and grow them by imparting them the contemporary skills, the cognitive and the non-cognitive both, which I mentioned. Because we have to realize that the Gen Y and the millennials are a digitally empowered and aware generation. They are aware of their growth needs. They are agile, they are aware of the market trends, and they are growth savvy. Now, retaining such a talented workforce is always a challenge for the managers. But if the organization is able to match to their growth needs and ensure that all the efforts have been put in to retain a worthy talent, then as managers, we would have done our job. We have to introspect and see that if a departing talent, have we done enough efforts to ensure that this talent was retained, not only through the means of maybe through the monetary means, but also how we make the employee feel about it. Did we invest sufficiently in their growth needs? If we have done that and still the talented workforce has moved on, it will happen because people will find different opportunities. But I think the effort will be on our side to ensure that we do that little extra work to ensure that a talented individual is found belonging to the organization, and the organization puts in that extra effort to retain that worthy talent. So the aim is to go beyond just the employee number or the numerics of appraisals. If we go beyond the employee number, you will see the actual, I would say, the actual contribution that employee is bringing on to the table. Because it is very difficult to retain talent. And Mr. Vikas is sitting here, and I can take the liberty of maybe saying it takes a lot of effort for a manager to get a worthy talent in this talent crunch world, which is there. So do put in that effort to ensure that a worthy talent is retained at our levels. Next, one thing which is very important for, I think, the leaders and the organizations, I have repeated it in my previous lecture also, is the strategies. Where do we strategize? Do we strategize only at the board level, or do we strategize at the grassroots level? Now, I learned something during one of my courses which I did at Tech School, and Professor Govindarajan spoke very well on this particular thing. I'm stealing some lines from him, where he said that maximum future strategies are made at the board level, but is it the right way? Strategies are made to tackle future issues, the future issues which are linked to the present problems. The people who are closest to the customer are the people who are working at the grassroots level. They are the ones who are closest to the customer's pain points. Take their inputs and make the strategies for the future. Because remember, no revolutions were started by the monarchs. They were all started by the commoners. So the leaders must keep their ears to the ground and maintain a ground level connection to obtain relevant inputs for the future of the organization. Such organizations where the teams have the say in the future strategies will have a greater success and a chance than those who follow only a top-down approach. And the last thing which I would like to share, as I mentioned earlier, is the decision-making agility of the organization, or the responsiveness of the organization and their leaders leading them. A leader is continually asked to make decisions with incomplete and variable data sets. The choices many times are not the wrong or the right, but the different degrees of good enoughs or the conflicting second and third choices. This draws many leaders into analysis paralysis, where a decision is delayed into non-existence because of the continual research or search for a perfect solution. The dynamic leaders know their worth is determined by the ability to properly analyze situations and take deliberate and calculated risks to move the teams forward. Agility in decision making is key to any leader. Perfect solutions will take time, but give the direction to the team to start moving in the right direction. Thereafter, keep fine-tuning your decisions before you arrive at the perfect solution. I'd given this example in my previous talk about when I was in the Navy. I was commanding a ship, and that's the time when maneuvers used to come. I was commanding a ship which was a 7,000-ton amphibious vessel. It used to take time to move. When the rudder is given, the mammoth takes time by the time it starts turning. But that's only thing which has to, so as to remain in line with the formation which is moving, which is a formation of 20 ships which is moving, has to just give a wheel over to the right direction. And thereafter tell my navigating officer just to ensure that calculate the course to steer and give me that. So it used to buy me 1 minute, it used to buy my navigating officer 1 minute of time, but the ship has already started moving in the direction. And then as soon as the perfect solution is given, steady on that particular course. It used to save me and my ship those precious 2 minutes which is there. This is just an example which I thought may be relevant to the insight which I shared. So I practice it, and that's why I thought I'll share it with you. So these were some of the, I think, there are many more things which progressive organizations can do. This list is endless. It all depends on the leaders and the people who are part of the organizations. But these were some of the few relevant ones which I thought that I would like to share with you all, which will drive the business in the future. As companies face up to the uncertain post-crisis landscape, I would like to recall Albert Einstein's encouragement that in the midst of every crisis lies opportunity. As organizations move from a mindset of coping one to competing, the best companies will seize the unique, unfreezing opportunity before them to imagine and create new systems and modes of organizations to be more flexible, integrated, resilient, and ultimately more humane. These organizations will view themselves as interconnected systems that seek to constantly experiment, fail, learn, grow, and start the process afresh again, inevitably. And to the leaders who are leading this change and leading the change in the organization, I would say, make a difference through your position or the authority and use it wisely, as your actions can make a difference for the people who look up to you. Be the best role model as someone in your organization is trying to emulate your actions and conduct. You're a leader and you're thus open to judgment and scrutiny by others. This is the price you pay for the extra perks which you enjoy in your organization. Hence, have your conduct so flawless that it leaves a positive imprint in the people's mind and a great legacy for the people to follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vivek. I think it's always a pleasure listening to you because the words of wisdom that you bring in, and the last time I remember you came for a business talk for the MBA cohort, the MBA Year 1 students, and they were spellbound, let's say, with your session, and likewise right now, hosting you for the second time, and looking forward to our association with you going forward. We move on to the penultimate segment of today's conference, which is the award ceremony, post which we have a special session as part of the day one of the conference, which is a fireside chat. But before that, we move on to the award ceremony, where we will honor the efforts and the contribution being made by some of the partner institutions and the member networks with whom we are associated at different levels. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce the categories that were initially rolled out for institutions to nominate themselves, starting with exemplar high impact research. Next is the Outstanding Industry Academia Collaboration Award. Third is the Social Responsibility Award. And the fourth is the International Network Collaboration Award. I'd like to begin with the first one, which is the Outstanding Industry Academia Collaboration. And this is proudly presented to our partner institution, Pontifical Catholic University of Paraná in Brazil. This is for their instrumental role in building outstanding industry academia interface in higher education. That's Dr. Bruno Fernandes, the Dean of PUCPR in Brazil. Yes.
Just one quick detail before we forget. All of this is done by the School of Arts and Design on the laser cut machine. The students, basically.
Just to add on, the students burnt the midnight oil in order to prepare these. The School of Arts and Design students did that last night. And moving on Congratulations, Dr. Bruno and the team, for your exceptional contribution in higher education. We move on to the next award, which is the International Network Collaboration Award. And we are very happy to present this award to our partner institution, IBS Moscow. For formulating and implementing the strategies leading to successful international collaborations. Congratulations, Dr. Pashkevich. We are very proud to be a partner and looking forward to our growing association with IBS Moscow. We move on to the next category, and that is the Social Responsibility Award. And this is proudly presented to Sasson School of Management, Thailand. Well, Sasson is one of the top institutions in Bangkok, and we have Dr. Drew Mallory, professor, receiving award on behalf of Sasson School. They have an interesting school which focuses a lot on the ERS initiatives, and the last I was in Bangkok, I think, at the ACSB conference, where every third of the fourth member was from Sasson School of Management. That's the power of your team and your efforts at the accreditation conferences. With that, we move on to the last category of awards. Though they are not present here in person, but we have a very beautiful message presented by the Dean, which we will play right now, and that is on the exemplar high impact research. We're very proud to present this award to HHL Leipzig Graduate School of Management in Germany. This is for their excellent contribution in research and development. In fact, Woxsen University has a very active association with chair professorship, adjunct faculty appointment, where the faculty has been teaching for the last 3 years now at Woxsen, and constant publications at the ABDC, A-Star, ABDCA, ABS journals. I think they deserve it. With that, I would like to display a message by the Dean of HHL, Stefan Stubner, and Dr. Dominic Kahnbach, Junior Professor of Strategic Entrepreneurship. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Dominic. With that, we move on to the last section of today's conference before we break for the tea and snacks. I'd like to welcome, for a fireside chat, Mr. Vikas Gupta, who is the Talent Acquisition Head of the APAC region and partner at Deloitte India. Mr. Vikas Gupta is a human resource evangelist with more than 2 decades of experience in driving people strategy across diverse industries. He's very enthusiastic about the future of HR to meet the needs of brave new world of work. He's interested in technology, higher education, research, and classic melodies. He's also an active member of several industry bodies and often speaks at various industry and academic events. He currently helps catalyze growth by leading change and creating avenues to position the brand of Deloitte internally and in the marketplace. We welcome Vikas for this conversation this evening.
So Chahat, can I make a request up front? Easy questions, please.
So I think that's generous, because I think the amount of experience that you bring onto the table is exciting, and we are all looking forward to this conversation. I think the students in the morning, when I was having a discussion that we would be hosting you as part of this HR conversation this evening, I think many of them at the back from the MBA cohort are very much interested listening to you.
So guys, hope a little bit of a cheer for me. Show me you're still alive. Yeah, awesome. Awesome.
So Vikas, we have seen you as an active HR evangelist in the industry for more than 2 decades now. Dealing with humans is not an easy job. And you have been dealing with numerous humans all over across, spanning more than 2 decades now across several industries, and especially now at Deloitte. With these challenges and the evolving landscape of the industry as well as higher education, did you ever feel like changing your route?
All the time. And I'll tell you why. So very fortunate to graduate from my MBA school. Just about a few years down the line when Indian economy started to open up. So those of you who still remember, this was somewhere around year 91 when Indian economy started to open up a little bit. And there were 2 professions which were changing rapidly. One was the IT industry, which was growing up significantly. The issues of Y2K, creation of ERPs and so on and so forth was at core and forefront of everything what was happening in India at that point in time. And all of that was powered by the telecom revolution, which was also coming into the country. So I seen 2 kinds of people changing profession at that point in time. One was people from the operations and manufacturing background becoming technologists. And 2, I've seen a lot of armed forces professionals who post their early retirements or post-retirements were taking up jobs in telecom companies. And here I am, newly minted management graduate, who's just stepped into the profession and experiencing all of this change. And I said, hey, can I change now? Or should I continue with what I'm doing right now, because it's so very fascinating to manage that particular change? So those thoughts did cross my mind. I did explore at some stage being a marketing professional. But that said, no, I've not had that opportunity to make a change. But that said, will I do it now? No.
I think you've been enjoying your stint at Deloitte, and we have all been following your journey very closely. And quite interesting, on your LinkedIn bio, you have mentioned that I'm excited about the future of human resources to meet the needs of a brave new world of work. So we, through this forum, are focusing on something similar on the theme of fostering next-gen learners with a vision of 2035. Could you please give us an insight, and this question is especially for the student body here, what they should be doing in order to align themselves with the future needs of creating that learner-centric education? How should they be working on that?
So I'll leave you with a big thought or a big picture for you to think about. I'm sure this would have come up many times in the conversation. So like I said, we're back in 91 when Indian economy started to open up. There were opportunities which emerged. I think today's India is at a cusp of a very big change which is ahead of us. And the opportunity which you are sitting on is humongous. As much as you say that, no, hey, I'm one amongst the 1.4 billion which exist in this country, but come to think about it, you're pretty much like 20% of the world's population. And how do you take advantage of that? So that's at one level. The second level, what I'll say to you is aligned to some of the lingos you guys speak, right? So if I kind of keep it at your level and think about, for you to think about what I'm going to say, I want you to be a scamper. Scamper in a nice way. And for you to think about scamp, what do I mean by that? I'm sure you've heard this many a times in the conversation. Somebody earlier spoke about purple skills and my ears went up. That's something what Deloitte work is all about. But that being said, I'll stick to core. So S in scamper, I would ask you to think about is all about skills. How do you focus on skills which are relevant for today and stay focused on today? Once you master that art, you graduate to next. And for you to master that art, you would say, hey, do I spend like 10,000 hours in doing that? I'm not saying that you will have that luxury in all the roles, but in some of the roles you may have that luxury. So focus on skills. 2, what do I mean by C and A of SCAMP? So C and A for SCAMP stands for capabilities. And how do you go ahead and augment your capabilities at this point in time? So when I say what those capabilities mean, those could be marketing skills, those could be HR skills, those could be operation skills, those could be finance skills. Please make investments in building those capabilities for yourself, right? M in SCAMP stands for mindset. And you would have heard a lot about mindsets throughout. I would say go ahead, invest in the building the mindset. And that could be wherever your passion lies, right? So when I say P in the SCAMP, it's about passion. So I would say augment your capabilities, invest in building the mindset, and strengthen your abilities with your passion. And that's what I would say is the brave new world ahead of you. If you've got the SCAMP right, trust me, you prepared yourself well for the future, and you'll continue to rise and shine.
Well, thank you so much, Vikas, for that perspective. And especially when you spoke about capabilities and passion, I think these are terms which all of us and everyone present here, whether it's a student or an educator or a corporate professional, should think about it as more of a, progressing with that learner-driven mindset and not just focused with an outcome, right? I think the process is more about learning in the journey along.
And I would say that, come to think about it, how fortunate students of this university are. This is truly a multidisciplinary university. So for you to step out of your department of management and walk across to arts and science, to walk across to economics group out there, to walk across the graduate school which focuses on the humanitarian skills and so on and so forth, right? And think about how would you kind of go ahead and learn a few things from there and incorporate that back into your work? Or how can you start to triangulate your learning of what's happening in those schools and the skills being covered in those schools and strengthen your capabilities by virtue of that. So strongly recommend that you take advantage of it while you are here and considering the travel you have to make to city of Hyderabad to go ahead and enjoy the good world. Still long time away. So I would say invest your time here.
For that remark. And you're also associated with non-profit organizations like the GBSN as well in their board. And the aim is to foster a network of B schools, government bodies, NGOs, and development agencies to improve the locally relevant management and the entrepreneurship education. How, in your opinion, as a corporate professional, business schools around the world have evolved post-pandemic, and how can we collectively look at engaging better in the society and building that sustainability within the academic curricula?
Tough one, too many words. But that being said, I think a few things up here for you to think about. When you work for a cause, you primarily work for a cause because you are passionate about that cause. If you don't have that inner passion for being associated with a cause, it's very difficult for you to stay energized what's been offered for you to make things work. So I would say find that particular passion and say, hey, what cause you want to be associated with to begin with. And I think schools should help students appreciate how to find that particular cause. In my particular case, as much as I'm currently associated with GBSN, prior to this I was associated with AACSB. I've been also associated for a long time with CII and NASCOM. So I've been associated with various organizations in this particular format. My work has allowed me to stay connected with some of those causes and work on it. So I would say by virtue of my work, I've also been able to build that network, and I'm very fortunate that my organization was kind enough to allow me to do that. So my suggestion to the schools back here would be for you to think about how do you help students build their network. Now, it's easy for students to go ahead and build that particular network and say that, hey, I've been to 5 different conferences, I've attended some of that, I got exposed to ideas out there. Most of the time, where the rubber does not hit the road or does not touches the road is where students, or for that matter, the participating organization, is not in a position to see value or impact. So my suggestion to the group up here would be for you to think about how do you help students think from issue to impact. So if they are associated with a particular cause, how are they in a position to create or think through that issue deep with their recent learnings from the management education they're going through, and how they're in a position to showcase outcomes in form of the impact in real numbers. So I would say that's where it kind of really makes a difference. There is no dearth of causes to work around. I think pandemic has opened up more and more of those causes. And post-pandemic, I think in this brave new world we are living in, which is all hybrid, everybody is getting readjusted. So a great opportunity for you to think about.
Well, I think the idea of issue to impact is something which reverberates quite well, because that's something which, as educational institutions, we should be looking at. How do we help students to think through from this issue of whether it's in the area of sustainability or it's in the area of innovation, and how can we collectively think about the challenges that we are facing in the process, and that is what will actually, if you solve it with the a learner mindset, you would be driven towards the outcome automatically. My next question, Vikas, is, the educational institutions nowadays, and especially accreditation bodies like ASCSB and EFMD, are also talking about how do we involve students in academics and make a student-centric education, right? And should they be student-centric in the first place? Because there's this widely accepted ideology that students do not know what is good for them at an early stage of their life, and especially when they graduate as well. They do not have an understanding of where they will move forward in their career. So how do we manage this in order to create a student-centric education?
Chat, I can guarantee you some of the students in the mix would have not liked this question. And the reason being, they're very clear what they want. So if you say that, no, hey, you keep me out of the mix, that's not going to work. And I'll give you 2 examples of it, which you kind of, as academicians, some of those case studies kind of keep coming back in your course curriculums again and again. One is centered around Apple, which said, hey, my customers don't know what to expect of me, so let me go ahead and create something which would be exciting for them. At the other end, the think about another product company, which again a case study in academia used quite a lot, is all about Kodak, which was ahead of time, knew exactly what the customers needed, but was arrogant enough to keep them on the shelf because they thought that it's too early to give it in the hands of the customers to make use of it. So my thoughts are very clearly that can you keep away a key customer of yours, which is student, which is accepting your output, and remove them out of the mix for them to think about it? Answer to that is a no. And especially when it gets down to how this particular generation is absorbing knowledge and relating it back to the issues. So your earlier question was all about working on societal causes. And it is a very important parameter for this generation to think about the choices they make with respect to organizations they work for, or the organizations they create. How is that adding up to the social impact onto it? So I would say that if you move them out of the mix, it's not working enough. 2, can you kind of not seek their inputs and create your curriculums? Yes. So in this particular mix, I would say broadly for you to think about one of the papers which we have written on the future of educators in India. We spoke about 4 mindsets or 4 faces of educator. The 4 faces were, on the top, were catalyst and strategist. And the lower quadrant had steward and operator. So if you really think about these 4 aspects or 4 faces of educator, they're primarily coming in from what's the strategic education I need to provide? How do I catalyze that for students to learn the max out of it? How can I be the steward of the profession and really kind of ensure that the students have the cutting edge knowledge? And the operator is that, hey, I have created this large infrastructure. How do I ensure that it's filled up with people, the right kind of people to run the show? I would say the steward and the operator has worked very, very well. I think industry, academia, and students, and society, and government has to all come together and not just think about the steward and the operator side of the world, but truly think about the catalyst and the strategist piece of the world. So strategist of thinking multidisciplinary, and catalyst being how do you create opportunities for students and the learners of tomorrow to have those experiences while they are going through the immersion of their education. So those are some of the thoughts I would share.
I think quite an interesting perspective on the catalyst and strategists and stewards and operators. I think that gives a sense of understanding on how the students' mindset should be wired in order for them to be focusing on how do they work on a multidisciplinary sort of an environment that you spoke about. With that, we come to the end of the first section, Vikas, but something which was not planned, and life is full of surprises. So we'd have the second and the last segment, which is an interesting one. Are you ready for that, Vikas?
Always ready for surprises.
So, the first question, let me introduce that this is going to be a rapid fire with Vikas Gupta.
Bring it
And
on.
certain questions which maybe all of us would like to know from Vikas. We've got hold of him today at the conference, so maybe and the students would like to know more about you as well.
Sure.
We'll have to make it quick, either one word or you just have to choose an option.
Sure.
The first one, most important skill for the employees of tomorrow.
Growth mindset.
Great. Most rapidly developing industry today.
Digital.
Awesome. Localization or globalization?
Both localization for precision, globalization for vision.
You had to choose one, Vikas.
I gave you my reason for why I picked up both.
All right. So you mean to say glocalization?
Glocalization, and I would say that's a combination of vision plus precision. So, yes.
That's quite a diplomatic answer. The fourth one is academic excellence or experiential learning?
Both.
Again, both is not an option because you need to choose one.
Look, I love to take sides, but in this particular case, when we speak about multidisciplinary, it cannot be one. So as much as the skills would help you become better at something what you do, I think the academic precision or academic excellence will help you think through future. So skills can be here and now, but academic excellence will help you for the future to think through a broader or a bigger picture and how you peg yourself into that.
That's a very professorial response.
Yeah, newly minted PhD, so obviously has to be. Some of that has got ingrained in me.
Awesome. So you mean to say that you need to be working on the experiential learning roadmap, which leads towards academic excellence?
Yes.
Right. And the last question is, what could be the biggest challenge for a new employee joining an organization?
Reinvention. And I would say it's been a lifelong journey. So your first question to me was that, Vikas, did you think about changing your profession? And I would say, did that thought cross my mind? It did. But when I think about it on the hindsight of it, if I would have changed my profession then, would I be where I am today? No. So I would say reinventing. And I was fortunate to got exposure to industries which allowed me to reinvent. I was fortunate enough to work with my organizations which kept giving me assignments which were not mainstream assignments. I'm very fortunate to have mentors and bosses who kept pushing me to say, hey, Vikas, not good enough. So I had a lot of Carol Dweck's telling me, Vikas, how do you go ahead and develop that growth mindset and keep working on it? So I would say reinvention.
Thank you so much, Vikas. I think this was an excellent conversation with you. There's some areas that we uncovered as part of this conversation. We see you very active in the field of HR industry per se, but then it was quite important for you to understand your perspective more on the academic side on how do you see things develop. But thank you so much for coming down to Woxsen.
Thank you, Chad. First trip, I thought worthy.
And with this, audience, we have come to the end of day one of the conference. The tea and snacks is being served on the room which is opposite to the lecture theater, which is this one, the opposite room. And just after 15 minutes of tea and snacks break, we would be arranging the car for the campus tour. But before that, we will move to the admin block and then start the campus tour from the admin block. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for joining in.